feeling I'm probably going to be fighting with Twitch to get my transcodes. But let's see where we're sitting. Hey, we got him the second time. All right. So, sorry for a slightly later start. 2 nights in a row now. I don't even have Twitter to blame for this one, but that is life. So we're going to be playing Lucifer Within Us. I'll bring that up in just a moment. And I did want to talk very briefly about what I saw on Steam for this game, because I'm a little frustrated. And I kind of need to deal with the fact that, you know, just because I really like a game doesn't necessarily mean, oh, this is good. Yeah, just because I really like a game doesn't necessarily mean people who dislike it, are wrong. Obviously, games are always going to involve a certain degree of taste, and de gustibus non et disputatum. There is no argument with taste. But yeah, what I just maybe for the preamble, I'll try and keep it 10 minutes. I know I went past a little bit. Just for the last little while, and it's probably on the fence here. So if you bought this game and you like it, I do encourage you to send out a review. But basically, when this thing was released let me run back just a little bit, because at the start I should probably mention I was given a key for this game for promotional purposes. Now, my view is that I don't want to sound ungrateful about keys, but the perception that if somebody gives you a key, you're sort of beholden to them really fails to appreciate exactly what goes on in streaming. So I'm lucky enough that I have a full-time job, and I'm not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, most of what I earn goes to pay down sort of not exactly student loans, but the debt that I took on to go to school. But I'm not exactly, deciding to buy a game is not a major decision for me to make, right? As long as I don't go crazy, I can sort of look at something on Steam and say, yeah, that looks interesting, and pick it up. And the amount of time that I'll spend streaming any given game is, the amount of time that I would do that, and if I went and worked at a Starbucks instead, and I would be able to buy multiple games. So all of this is to say is that I think it's important for streamers to disclose those kinds of interests, because it's up to you to decide what's going to. There's influencer marketing is here to stay. It's and it's been a thing that's been going on longer than I think most people recognize. So it wasn't just Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram that made that. I mean, this has been around for a really, really long time. And I think one of the more useful things that things like the Federal Trade Commission and its Canadian counterpart do is ensure that people are really upfront about what kinds of arrangements are going on. Because in the end, marketing does serve a useful purpose. It informs you about something that you might like. There is a version that people like to think of marketing in the sense of, it's some kind of mind control ray that makes you buy something that you don't want. That's clearly not true. I think every marketer would love it if it was that easy. But it's a little more complicated than that. But in the end, I sort of think there's a trade-off, right? Somebody's got a product, they want to get it in front of as many people who could potentially buy it as they can. It's increasingly difficult to get people's attention, and so seeing someone play the game, in the case of games, is not a bad idea. I mean, even when it comes down to movies, right? For movie releases, there's been tons of times when, if you go in, if you live in a major city and you're just walking around the street, there'll be somebody who comes up to you and says, hey, do you want to go see this show tonight? And people go and watch a movie and they'll talk about it. I mean, sometimes you'll get quotes and whatnot, but in any case, the useful thing that I think a lot of things like the Federal Trade Commission do is they just make sure that those interests are disclosed. There is a difference between I was paid money to say this thing versus, I'm a super fan of the product and I want to talk about it. And of course, the challenge here is that I'm playing Lucifer Within Us in the context. I played the demo in the context that I'd been given a key for 6 Ages and Fit for a King. And I'm playing Lucifer Within Us, having been given a key as a streamer. So that might shape my perceptions of the game, although I hope I've explained why I don't really think it does that much. Like, the biggest thing is, I've only... The GOG stream that I did, the one that told me specifically to say direct people to GOG.com, and I said that they said to do that, that is actually one of the first times I've specifically been told to say something during a broadcast like that. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea in terms of what's going on. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I want to talk a little bit about the reviews. When I went and saw when I went to the store page to check it out, this game had a mixed rating on Steam. Now, one thing that I think is worth maybe mentioning here is that mixed is when you have the user reviews are less than 70% of them. I'm pretty sure it's 70% at least, are positive, and it's where the text goes from blue to orange, and that apparently is like a cliff for sales, that if you fall to mixed, that has a major impact on whether or not people buy the game. And then apparently, mostly positive to positive, and there's overwhelmingly positive. Apparently there are sort of jumps along those lines, but it's to a point where, like, I've seen like GDC talks, and people have like trigger warnings about orange text. This has apparently become a bit of a meme in terms of at least the small little sliver of game development that I get to see through YouTube and whatnot. And I like this game. I think it's really interesting. I also don't think there's a lot of games like this. Like, I'm willing to guess that most people could count on one hand the number of games that do mysteries like this. And I actually think this, to my view, does investigation better than L.A. Noire, and I really enjoyed L.A. Noire. But suffice to say, like, I am a little dismayed to see a game of this quality fall down to a mixed rating on release. And that's partly because I know it will affect the sales for the game. Now, my stake in the sales of the game is, like, the benefit to me for Kitfox making money in practice is they make more games that I'm interested in. In reality, every interaction I've had with them in email or through other channels has been remarkably nice, encouraging in some cases as well. And I think that is something worth preserving as well. But the thing that really got me about the mixed reviews were the number of times that I saw on the, in the review, which says, "This is a very good game, not worth it for the money." And the thing that bothers me is that I know that none of these people are going to be going back when the game goes on sale and changing that to a recommended view. Furthermore, I really dislike the arrogance of people assuming that they know what everybody else wants to spend on a video game. A really instructive moment for me was when a coworker bought Darkest Dungeon. I said, "Look, I can tell you when it goes on sale," or something like that. I think Darkest Dungeon's something like $30 or that on its own. But he didn't think twice about it. He's like, I spend a little bit more than that on the movies. Oh wow, it fell to mixed right at the time I refreshed. That's weird. Oh no, now it's mostly positive. It must have cached an old page. Anyways, I guess the thing is this. The game, yeah. I love this one. The game is officially too short for the price. Well, I don't believe Kitfox has announced that the game is too short for the price. I mean, I probably spent more money watching Tenet than what I would have paid had I bought this. I mean, maybe it should just buy the game so that everybody can say, oh yes, now you have credibility on this. I guess the thing that I want to say is this, is like, if the game is good, you should probably say it's good. I don't go to the fish and chip shop. It's like, oh yeah, single, halibut and chips, please. It's like, okay, that's $15.99, Okay, delicious. But I wanted to pay $7.99, 1 star. Seems to be only games where we sort of suddenly speak for all consumers when we say that $20 is or isn't too much for this game. I'll admit, finding out that there were 3 cases surprised me a little bit. I really, I really didn't, I didn't think that it would be this short. Although with that in mind, I've got about, I think, 3.6 hours in the game so far, partly because I just chat so much. But like, I don't look at this and say that $20 is an unreasonable price for the game. Now again, the key here is that my circumstances are probably different from yours. If like a $20 purchase for a video game is the sort of thing that you want to put a lot of thought into, then yeah, you probably should be looking at the playtimes from people. But the thing that's really upsetting me about the reviews on this game is the number of times that people say it's a good game, but then turn around and sort of say, because I apparently have a deep understanding of consumer psychology through all of Steam, I am now going to rate this game as bad. Or not recommend. It's a tough one, right? Because it just seems to me that the price is something that, like, that is information that everyone already knows. I look at the recommendations, or theoretically look at the recommendations. I know not to look at Steam reviews because they're always like this. Like, I've always hated Steam reviews. This one just happens to annoy me because I really like this game. But yeah, like when I take a look at the game or the reviews, and particularly see that these are ones that are not really complaining about the game. They're complaining about the one piece of public information that everyone knows and are able to make their own personal decision about. That just drives me crazy. So anyways, I mean, you could take this rant and I went over 10 minutes, so I really should just get on with the game at this point. But I guess there's two. So what I want to say is there's 2 things that I think might be driving this. Number one, this game released a demo during a couple of Steam events, and I wonder if there is something about the fact that because the first mission, the large substance of it, you don't get to do the accusation and you don't get to do the exorcism. And I actually think the exorcisms in this are really neat. So I wonder if it's created this impression that, 1/3 of the game now has no value, which is not true in a couple of senses, because one, the first mission's a lot more simple than the other one. And then the second comment is that, you have gotten the enjoyment out of it. It's like, yeah, it's true that you were able to play it for free because it was a demo, but Lucifer Within Us is the full game that includes the first demo. Is like, well, I've already had that experience. And I'm like, well, then I guess you're just kind of being a bit of a jerk about this. Like, it seems to me that because it was released as a demo, the first mission does not suddenly lose value. And I think there's something unhealthy. The one reason why I always talk about the subscription services and why I like them so much is that in subscription services, I experiment. I played a game that seemed like it could be for me. It wasn't. I played it, I moved on, I didn't leave a review, I just found something else that was more appealing to me. When I'm on Steam, particularly during sales, it feels like part of the game is getting some high score, what is the amount I would have been willing to pay versus the amount that I actually paid. And like, if I can get a $50 game for $1, like that's the best possible score. So I'm going to do that. We kind of seem to be rushing past enjoyable games in the name of getting a quote unquote good deal. The good deal is getting a game that you really enjoy for a price that you think is fair. If you don't think the $20 price tag is fair, obviously you wish list it and you wait for it to go lower. And if the developer decides to sell the game at a price that's more in line with what you want, then, you go ahead there. It seems to me that complaining about the price after the fact is kind of, I don't know where the blame lies on that, because it's not like your credit card got charged after you finished the game with a mystery dollar value. This is something that we go in with both eyes open on. So yeah, I mean, for me, the subscription services have allowed me to experiment and try new games, and I don't think too much about the price, and I'm really happy about that. And for Lucifer, I mean, again, I'm not going to be able to tell you what the experience of spending $20 for this game and then doing the 3 cases and deciding whether or not you got your money's worth. That's a tough call, but I suppose the calls to action on this, if I am allowed to use such a phrase as this, if you bought the game, so if you bought the game on Steam, you actually have a privileged position compared to everyone else. So I've written a review for the game, said what I liked about it, briefly addressed the price thing. But I know that my review is not going to be included in that mostly positive rating under all reviews. The only ones that get counted for that rating would be your like the verified purchases, basically. Totally agree. Sometimes you're more willing to get a deal on a game that you won't actually play than play full. Yep, exactly. Fun, but and like I'm saying this because I feel this way, right? This is not me like sitting on the mountaintop, like throwing lightning bolts down on people, telling everyone, shame on you for acting this way. Like this is the environment that Steam has created. Recognizing that tendency in myself, this is why I try to be a little thoughtful in terms of the games that I buy. I mean, we also have a 2-hour window in which to decide whether or not this thing is for us, right? So I try to be a little more open-minded about the types of games that I try. And like I said, subscription services have been awesome for me to just try out stuff that really works for me, because all of a sudden it's not like when I go to restaurants and read the menu right to left. Like, I'm like, I feel like playing a murder mystery today. How many murder mysteries are there on Steam? Well, not that many, at least when it comes to like investigations like this. There's murder mysteries. There's just ones that don't do the investigation like this. But like I said, if you wind up buying this game on Steam, and you like it took you forever to buy a $5 game that you love because it was never on sale. Well, I mean, RimWorld's a good example of this. RimWorld, I think, just recently put a 10% discount on it. And they don't need to, right? Because there's so many people who are playing and really loving that game. And I have a lot of respect for them doing that, because I think we've gotten very used to paying quite a bit less than I think we necessarily should be for certain games. I mean, again, I'll take advantage of a deal whenever somebody. I'm never going to buy another EA game again because I have EA Origin access. Like, why would I spend $60, $70 for a new Battlefield when I have it through the subscription? I'll maybe spend that in a year on the subscription cost. But yeah, like it's I just need to remind myself in these cases that the focus is on getting a game that I enjoy. Going and so I'm not a huge fan of like Wayans Brothers style movies, right? So technically, if I consider all movies equal, and it's like you get 2 hours and you want to like maximize, so like you minimize the amount that you spend for 2 hours of entertainment. I should be willing to spend $1 to go and watch that, but I'm going to be miserable. If I spend $5 and I get to see like Winterlight, It's like an old Ingmar Bergman movie, which is one of my favorites, but I don't necessarily recommend it because it's a acquired taste. I'll have a great time. I'd probably spend $20 to see that on the big screen, maybe once. Like, I wouldn't do it over and over again. But yeah, I do want to get the Steam thing out though. So like the thing is that I'm not going to be able to affect that all reviews status. If you bought this game on Steam and you like it, one of the things that you can do to help this game out would be to leave a review. I would say to leave a positive review, but obviously the review system is there to recommend or not recommend. It's up to you to decide. Incidentally, developers are not allowed to put... I was reading the Steam rules on this. Developers are not allowed to write... Are not allowed to put a, like, please leave us a review thing in their games. So you can do that on the App Store, apparently, but not on Steam. So, developers can't do that. So far as I can tell, there's nothing stopping me from telling you to do that. So... And this is true for Lucifer Within Us as well as every other game. If you have a game that you like on Steam and you want to help out the developer, go in, write a recommend review, put whatever text you want inside of it. Like, do whatever you want to do in terms of the text, because chances are the developers will read that. But if you are looking to support the games that you like, the fact that you've bought it on Steam makes your voice have more weight than the people who buy it on Humble or, get a press key or buy it directly from the developer or, whatever different options there are. And I can assure you, like, you doing that for a game that you like is going to start to outweigh the people who go in and say, awesome game, I only wanted to spend $10 on it, not recommend. If you don't do that, then basically you're only giving those voices the platform. And frankly, I'm happy now to see that Lucifer Within Us is at mostly positive. Like, for me, I would think the minimum for this game should be mostly positive, which is 70% of reviews going up. But it is currently at that 70%. So at this moment, you are sort of pivotal, and clearly games are going to be selling... this is the time where you want to generate attention to Lucifer Within Us. So if you're a fan of this game and you haven't written a review yet, I do recommend that you do that. Again, I am not a spokesperson for Kid Fox, but they are a really interesting developer. I think they've made a good game here, and I have clearly taken longer than I really wanted to talking about this because... I'll admit, I probably was not as sanguine as I tried to sound like I was at the start. I was actually pretty mad when I saw that it had mixed reviews for this, because I definitely think this game is better than that. So, didn't even think about the bulk subscription services like Xbox Game Pass and EA Access or even Humble. Yeah, so, I'm a Humble affiliate, so I sort of suck for saying this. I actually don't think Humble Monthly is a good value. If you do get Humble Monthly, I'd love it if you use my affiliate link. But... I'll be honest, like, it's not for me. I maybe buy it once in a while. Poisoned by Father Augustine against me, Abbot Gregory ordered I remained outside this chapel for Mass. At midnight, the gathered pilgrims lifted their voices in praise to Ein Sof, but they were cut short by a thunderous crash. Another soul taken. Yeah, the Xbox Game Pass has... So they just recently raised the price, but I do think it's still a good value. My suspicion is taking a look at the deal that they're doing for the Xbox. So, like, you can basically buy an Xbox on very favorable terms for, like, a monthly installment and, like, get that bundled in with the Game Pass Ultimate. My suspicion is that over the course of 2 years, the price of the Game Pass is going to be going up to sort of match it. So, like, right now, the people who take advantage of that... And again, it's a really good deal, because, like, money's super cheap for big companies now. It's technically super cheap for everyone, but obviously, like, normal people, your access to credit may vary. I know I can't borrow at 0%. Let me put it that way. I suspect what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of people who are getting used to that monthly payment. And once you build that habit over 2 years, I suspect that Microsoft will be in a better position to just raise the price of the service on its own, because for most people, they're still going to see that value go down because they've just finished paying off their Xbox. But even then, like, if they keep putting out what they keep putting out inside the Microsoft Game Pass, I think, I definitely think it will be worth it. My favorite personally is EA Origin, or sorry, it's not EA Origin, it's EA Play now, because of all the third-party games. But if that didn't exist, I'd probably be doing the Xbox one. But yeah, anyways, sorry for the longer preamble. I hope some of you found that useful. All right. Abbot Gregory, victim. The elderly patriarch of the abbey. Tonight was supposed to be his final mass before retirement. Augustine, scholar, a visiting scholar who studies daemons and the aether, met at the mortuary. Gideon, cybernetician who played the organ during the ceremony. He was suspected of murdering Mother Miriam, but his brother Reuben framed him. And Virgil, Inquisitor at the Abbey. While Virgil has been a stalwart ally, I cannot discount the possibility that he may be guilty. All right, so before we start talking to people, let's do some investigations, as is traditional. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this game, we did last stream, which was yesterday on release, we did the first two cases. So there was a demo for this game. That is the first case. It's kind of the tutorial case, although it does sort of stands on its own right. By the way, I am mildly curious. So I haven't experienced this myself. Oh, actually, maybe. I mean, the GPU is definitely getting full utilization. I know Unity has just recently changed, so they're moving to what's called DOTS, the Data-Oriented Technology Stack. And this makes it really helpful for things like taking advantage of parallel processing and whatnot. So, I mean, most of the demos you'll see of DOTS are like, you take an object and you put like 1 billion of the object and put some physics on it, and you show what it does in original Unity, which is essentially to reduce it down to like a PowerPoint a slideshow rate of display compared to compared to the DOTS version, which sort of tends to run at 60 frames or something like that. But from what I understand, it uses the GPU quite a bit more, and like puts everything it can into it. So I wonder if that was. So some people have mentioned that apparently the game seems to be using the GPU rather heavily, and I'm wondering if it's using at least part. So DOTS is like a series of things that you can use inside of Unity. I'm slightly curious if that's it or if there's something else going on in it, but I'll never know. I mean, this is the stuff that only nerds talk about, and I suspect there will never be like a blog post talking about these things. All right, evidence found. Cybernetic remains. Found near the power generator in the east balcony, overloaded and shattered to bits. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about the demo. So there's basically a tutorial mission. I hate doing the comparison to LA Noire because they're clearly two very different games, and yet I sort of think the fantasy of being a detective and solving problems is like the one core that you can connect the two games with. And I have a feeling if you liked LA Noire, there's a chance you might like this. So like LA Noire, I don't always think lived up to its promise of the like look at people's facial expressions and find out if they're lying. Hey, no problem, Angry Cat. I'm late too, and as it turns out, I spent like 20 minutes talking about the reviews for this game, so you're probably right on time if you don't want to hear me rant. But yeah. Oh, you know what? I should have told people about the price thing. It's like you should exorcise your discretion. Anyway. But yeah, so like LA Noire, when you do an investigation, you'll find evidence on the street, you'll interview subjects, and the game sold itself on this sort of this face capture technology where you would be, you'd be looking at people and you'd find out whether or not they were lying. And I don't know if it's the way that it presented what you were going to do. So there was like accuse, there was agree, there's a few different bits of feedback, but It was an interesting run. I found the game enjoyable, but I sort of feel that the investigation side of thing promised a bit more than it delivered. And again, it was a very good game. This game, again, similar details. You will look at, you'll look at the different bits of evidence, you'll collect them, you'll talk with the individuals. But what I think makes this game a little bit more effective at it is that it's not doing the facial recognition thing. Or not recognition. It's not worrying about the animations. What you're doing is you're getting an account of events, and you are relying on your powers of reason to be able to figure out what's going on. Now, I think any given detective story is going to have a few problems in the sense that, the game is going to think about its problems in one way. You might think about them in another. And every once in a while, I run into a little bit of friction in terms of saying is like, I know there's this inconsistency here. I'm just not sure how to tell the game what the inconsistency is. But I would actually say it's a lot less than what I was expecting it would be coming in. And I like that quite a bit. And this is actually one of the reasons why I'm so enthusiastic about this, is that I don't understand why there aren't more games like this, other than they're probably really hard to make. Because LA Noire is a very enjoyable game. This is a very enjoyable game. This is a very enjoyable game with a really cool setting on top of it. The exorcism angle is a really cool one on its own, let alone this futuristic cybernetic view of it's funny, Angry Cat. But yeah, like, sorry, I'm losing track. Like the setting is icing on the cake for what's already a really interesting game. But beyond these two games, I actually don't really know many other ones that fit this model, despite the fact that there's more than a few mystery games out there. All right. The East generator. This generator normally powers the lights when and the ether restraints, in conjunction with its counterpart in the west balcony. It's been fried by some sort of etheric discharge. Stop. Hammer time. Ritual hammer, a two-handed bronze hammer used to ring the ritual bell during Mass. Ritual bell. An old bronze bell rung during Mass. The victim seems to have received multiple wounds from a blunt instrument. Where you go into different virtual worlds. Oh, neat. There, the abbey has been cleansed of the devil's herb. The devil's herb? Sister Ada, those appear to be pieces of cilantro. Do not speak its name. It makes shudder just thinking about that disgusting soapy flavor. I like cilantro. I quite like it with beef soup, personally. Adds a bright, refreshing flavor. Enough, Virgil. Let us speak of this no more and return to the investigation. All right, I was not expecting that payoff. That was actually really, that was worth it. Organ, a massive musical instrument, similar to the organ in the cybernetics tower. West generator. This generator normally powers the lights and ether restraints, in conjunction with its counterpart in the east balcony. It's been fried by some sort of etheric discharge. Exorcist was a picky kid. The funny thing is I started off as a very fussy eater. Like, I wouldn't touch eggs, which are like really good for you and really tasty. But lately, maybe this is just a financial thing. Like, when I'm not buying the groceries, I can afford to be complaining. When I'm buying the groceries, all of a sudden I become more open-minded. Or maybe just, the large amounts of whiskey I used to consume have just shot my taste buds, and I'll be able to palate anything now. Statue, a hanging stone statue of Saint Walpurga. It was recently I guess it's Walpurga. Was recently outfitted with a spear relic and suspended above the altar using ether restraints. And the spear. Spear held by the statue of Saint Walpurga appears to have etheric mechanisms of unknown origin. I'm assuming this is the same spear that Reuben was researching. Abbot Gregory's body. Yep, that's a body, all right. Abbot Gregory was stabbed through the chest by the statue's spear while giving his communion mass. Sister, we must bring divine justice upon the sinner who killed Abbot Gregory. I only wish I could act as inquisitor here, but I submit to your authority. This is what I witnessed tonight.
We arrived shortly before the mass began.
The abbot ordered me to patrol the balcony.
As you commanded. I began my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. I saw Gideon examining the ritual bell. Then, I patrolled the south balcony. Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony. As I heard the ritual bell ring for the second time, the lights went out. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious. To protect the remaining generator, I ran towards the east balcony. Along the way, I heard an explosion. Then, the statue's aether restraints deactivated, dropping and impaling Abbot Gregory. May he rest in peace. When I arrived at the generator, Augustine was standing nearby, smirking at the carnage he caused. I arrested him there and then.
All right. So, again, I sort of started explaining what this game was, and then I sort of failed to do so. So this is I let this run the whole length. You don't actually have to watch all of this, but I don't know. It's like, here's the thing. I find it enjoyable to just like stop and smell the roses and like live in this world because I like the art style. It looks kind of neat. So the idea here is that right now, we only have Virgil's version of events. This is probably the best this is well established. Technically, we do not have corroboration that the statue dropped. We do, however, have a statue that has fallen and impaled the abbot. So we have a certain degree of certainty with regards to his account here. Watching over the chapel, we sort of see Augustine on the right-hand side. Presumably Augustine might be able to verify that he was there. We don't have any, just because of the angle that the game chose, we don't have any indication of what Gideon was up to. And part of this is going to be reconciling what will be contradictory accounts among the different characters, and then some of the evidence that we find is going to be relevant to some of the versions of the story that we hear. Another really neat, so this is one thing that I think, the setting really brings to the table, is that obviously there's a certain amount that you need to do when interacting. So when you are playing a game, in my view, there's really no good way of accounting for sort of the human dimension of, whatever it is you're doing. So military history is filled with, pretty much sure things which turn out different from what people are talking about. And, you'll have explanations like morale. But so far as I can tell, there isn't a science of morale, right? It's just one of these things or momentum or whatever you want to call it. There can be times where the battle turns and we don't necessarily have, we don't necessarily have a very good account for it. Economics, full of that. If you impose a particular set of restrictions on people's preferences, you can get a model. It's not necessarily going to be a very good one. Some of the better ones are ones which are robust to different preferences. Usually we don't specify, we specify a functional form, but we do it in something that's not very controversial. People like eating food and don't punch babies. You can make a model that reverses those preferences and say, I really got to punch at least one baby a week or I'm just not happy. But your model probably won't explain real world behavior very well. So in the case of investigations, right, why are in-person meetings so important? I say this because we haven't been able to have a lot of in-person meetings. Because every once in a while, you need to look someone in the eye and take the measure of them, right? Whether you're looking deep into their soul or, you get a funny feeling talking with them. If you're doing a business deal, if you're going on a date, if you're, there's any number of human interactions where there are a number of subtleties and quirks which are incredibly informative, even if we're not able to systemize them into this full set of instructions that can either be put into a game or put into a textbook. And the way that this game handles this is that, you're a digital exorcist. You gain access to the sanctum as you interrogate your subjects, and as their lies get caught and sort of their will starts to sort of waver, you gain more insights into their personality, which then becomes sort of a standard against which you will be measuring the material. So it's a neat little game way of handling something that is obviously the case for a lot of real life behavior, but specifically investigations. Obviously, interviewing a murder suspect by the phone is going to be a very different circumstance than interviewing them in person. Angry Cat to add your occasional Space Station 13 recommendation, appreciate randomness of human elements. A chemist player has shown you a magic trick. So you went to the chaplain and told him that, then he assembled a crusade and someone what? Someone suicide bombed the chemical department, all because you mentioned a trick. One day I'm going to be playing that, and I'm sure you're going to be frustrated by how poorly I play it, but we're just actually. So I don't. Angry Cat, have you played Moon Hunters, which is by the same developer? Developers in Kid Fox Games. I think the creative director is dead. I think Tanya Short was Moon Hunters.
This can't be happening. Yet another death? Am I to be blamed again?
Calm yourself, Gideon.
I'm innocent. Even more, I'm a victim here. I was attacked. Surely that puts me above suspicion. You were attacked? By whom? I couldn't see them. Whoever it was, they attacked me from behind. I was knocked unconscious until the guards found me.
At the start of the night, I was waiting near the organ.
Sorry, I slurped the coffee. I think we can afford to sort of skip the wait.
When the mass began, I played the entry hymn on the organ. I think I played well enough, though I didn't have much time to practice it. After the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory's sermon. It was a pretty good one. Praying together to eyes. When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
So, I mean, the silhouette is almost certainly intentional, but I'm sure more than a few of you, had a suspicion as to who the only candidate for attacking Gideon is. The question is whether or not Virgil. Did it for other reasons, or did it in order to, perform the murder. Range of games you can actually play is fairly limited, as your PC is middle of the line even when you bought it in 2011. I don't think the system requirements for Moon Hunters are that arduous. For the benefit of those in chat. Oh, it's currently 85% off. So, yeah, for those of you like, what? Recent reviews mixed? Why? Huh. I guess it's because there's just not a lot of reviews. Anyways, yeah, so it looks like there's a bunch of KitFox stuff on sale. Well, it makes sense because they just released a game. But yeah, it's so until 20 seconds, 85% off, $2.24 Canadian, and the system requirements are minimum Windows 7 dual-core CPU, 2.6 gigahertz, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and an Intel 3000 GPU, AMD 5450, or an NVIDIA 9400 GT, basically something with a gigabyte of VRAM. Recommended is Windows 8.1 quad-core CPU, 4 gigahertz, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and then storage. I don't know why it's got a base of 2 gigabytes of available space and recommended 4. I always thought that the amount of hard drive space that was required was, like, just normal. But yeah, I'll take the developer's word for it when it comes to material. It also was released in 2016, so it's I don't know. I think it's worth it. So I'll put it to you that. Actually, tell you what. I mean, I was thinking of doing Mass Effect 3 at the at the end, but I might do a little bit of Moon Hunters if you think that goes. So it's a different style of game. It's a top down. So it's a little more action oriented. So you'll play like a wizard or a sword dancer, I think is the term. Anyways, you'll battle things in the environment, but you will be given choices as a hero, and sort of you wind up shaping your legend based on the decisions that you make. And as you continue playing, you'll have this constellation of all the different heroes and all the different actions that you took. And so if you, as they say, like you're not wrong to put it that. The description of the game is play alone or with friends, a co-op personality test about exploring an ancient occult world in 5 days. How will you be remembered? So, like, I know a couple of people who really, truly love the game. I'm fond of it. And it's one of the ones that I enjoy sort of sitting down and, just casually playing for a little bit. It's not one that I've like poured endless hours into, but I think it is a very enjoyable game, and it's I think it does what it does. I think it does what it does well, and it's one of these ones that I really like to just sort of sit down and spend a little time with every once in a while. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely think it's worth checking out, but nothing to do with Lucifer within us. Just a recommendation of a fun little game.
Ah, poor Abbot Gregory. We had such hopes and plans together. If only he had listened to your sage advice, Sister Ada. Perhaps he would be safe now,
It wasn't sage, it was cilantro.
You. I cannot ignore that you are the link. Everything that has happened today points back to you, Augustine.
It must be a tragic coincidence. The abbot was my friend and trusted ally. I wished him no harm.
Explain your actions. What were you doing on the balcony?
With Mother Miriam's passing, Abbot Gregory needed someone to ring the ritual bell. I volunteered. It was an honor.
All right, we'll
The
watch
abbot,
this.
Virgil, and I arrived at the chapel just before the Mass. Inquisitor, prepare. As you command. When I headed to my seat for the Mass to begin, I was rather excited for the proceedings. We began by singing the hymn of communion. It was glorious.
Like a true nature's child, we were born to be wild.
When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell. I rang the bell to announce the start of communion. I noticed Gideon was absent from the other balcony, but didn't think much of it at the time. I rang the bell a second time. Suddenly, the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calmly by the bell, waiting for someone to fix the problem.
So I got to figure out what's going on with that other bell ring. All right, that's definitely not an accident.
Moments later, the statue dropped from the ceiling. And I saw the abbot impaled by the statue. I'll never forget that image. That's when Virgil arrested me.
Right. So obviously, there's more than a few contradictions going on inside of here. Based on Augustine's testimony, it seems that Virgil is the most guilty. And the way... So what was kind of neat about when we played this last time was everybody kind of mentioned their favorite detective stories or TV shows. So there's a few different... Like, so there's the whodunit in terms of there's a big kind of blows the thing wide open revelation at the end about who committed the murder. And those can be really enjoyable stories on their own, but that's not the only way of doing a detective story. There are really enjoyable detective stories where you see who did the murder right away, and the story instead is a lot about, you know, how the detective gets there. So a lot of people talked about, well, not a lot of people. Sean mentioned Columbo. I thought of Monk, actually, the Tony Shalhoub TV show, but Columbo is probably the more famous example, where you know who committed the murder or committed the crime. And it's really just a question in terms of how, you know, the fun thing about it is, right, that you kind of know, usually in those shows, the detective's going to do it, but the stakes keep getting raised in terms of the difficulty of the problem. You know, it's like someone just committed the perfect murder. How is this person going to unwrap it? This game doesn't quite do that. So there's the element of the whodunit in the sense of you do actually need to build an accusation in. But I think the way that this game is structured, and particularly when it gives you little silhouettes and sort of hints about what's been going on, you know, in the middle of the testimony. So for instance, on this one, we know that the bell rang another time. The silhouette behind Gideon does not look like Augustine. It looks like Virgil. We have some pointers in terms of where we want to go with some of this. So it's kind of neat. I don't know how much of this is intentional and how much of this is just out of necessity, but it's kind of neat where, to me, the enjoyment of this investigation isn't so much trying to pin the murder on someone. So I'd say, okay, so I guess pinning the murder to someone is the enjoyment, but not in the way that I meant. What I'm trying to say is I think the figuring out who it is part is probably sort of the second tier of enjoyment. It, to me, has been reasonably clear, if not from hearing the testimony. It's usually set up so I don't think it's too surprising who it is, and that the process of making it all fit is is really where the enjoyment is. So with that in mind, everything kind of seems to be pointing to Virgil right now, but of course Augustine's a shifty character, so we'll see where it's going. Also, sorry, I didn't mean to ignore what you were saying about Dwarf Fortress Angry Cat. Yes, they are publishing it. I believe Bay 12 is still developing it in sort of in conjunction with some other with I think there are some other contributors in terms of the visuals and whatnot, but it may interest you to know that Tanya Short, who is one of the founders of Kit Fox as well as the designer of Moon Hunters, I think it's co-edited a book with Tarn Adams. Anyways, it's a textbook on procedural storytelling. So great, thank you, Angry Cat. Anyways, with that in mind, I'm talking with Augustine right now, and it seems like there's a couple of contradictions that we can point out. So let's try and get a few of the details. Liar! When Virgil arrested you, you were not standing by the bell. You were standing near the generator overlooking the altar. True, but what does a few feet matter? You were the only one near the east generator before the statue fell. Perhaps you sabotaged it. Ah, but I only approached the generator because I heard an explosion. I arrived after the sabotage, not before. So, because we caught him in a lie, we now have access to his sanctuary. And he is proud. By the way, I'm sorry, I know we're an hour in, and now I'm like really getting into the gameplay and that, but I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Augustine remains strangely confident that everything will go as he has planned, with a smug air. Is that what you see deep within me? Interesting. I suppose it's difficult to remain humble when I feel everything that happens is so very predictable.
Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calmly by the bell, waiting for someone to fix the problem.
So we've got this second ring. So it seems to me that there's a point for contradiction here, but it's not entirely clear how I can establish it. We'll try the hammer. No. That seems illogical. Surely you must have stronger evidence than this. No, I really don't. You got me there. So let's ask him about the cybernetic remains. These were found by the generator? They must be what caused the explosion that I heard. Just before the statue dropped, I heard an explosion from this generator. The hammer is what I used to ring the bell. It has quite a heft to it. It's a rather old bell. It may be older than the abbey itself. Oh, hang on. Huh, okay. Nope. I want to ask him about it. The organ, a magnificent instrument. Gideon's performance with it was excellent. Fitting of St. Walpurga, I'd say. I couldn't see what happened to this generator from where I was standing. I commissioned this statue for tonight's Mass. After all, we are celebrating St. Walpurga's victory over Lucifer. The spear of St. Walpurga is a relic that I unearthed in my research, though it was damaged. The spear is no mere decoration. It was a conduit to the ether, so I hoped that it would allow communion with Ein Sof. I asked Reuben to make repairs to it, so it could be used for the Mass. How unfortunate it was to be used for a bloody purpose, and on my old dear friend. Stabbed through the chest by St. Walpurga himself. Or herself. The killer certainly has a flair for the dramatic. Poor Gregory. Alright, let's ask him about staying calm. Why wait? Why not investigate the situation yourself? Sister Ada, not everyone is as nosy as you are. Besides, I didn't want to get in the way and ruin any precious evidence or incriminate myself somehow.
Then I heard an explosion.
So you chose not to investigate the explosion after all. What happened to not being nosy? When the lights went out, I had no idea what the problem was or where it was happening. The explosion was different. It was close to me. I could see that the east generator had gone offline. You can't fault me for being curious about it, though in retrospect, perhaps it was a bit foolhardy of me with a murderer about. Okay, so I can't use his own testimony against
Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calm, but I saw the abbot impaled by the statue. On the other balcony, I could see someone looking down at the altar. That's when Virgil arrested me.
Oh, that's interesting. You saw Gideon on the other balcony? Quite possibly. It was too dark to see clearly who it was. All right. Let's ask him about the details. These were found by the East Generator? It's hard to say, but I would guess that this used to be an arm. It's a rather advanced model. Okay, now this interests me, because it looked like Virgil was missing an arm, and now it says an Inquisitor arm. So yeah, we've definitely got some leads. We've only made these for Inquisitors. It can discharge etheric energy to incapacitate someone. It even supports remote activation, useful for ambushing and fugitives, I suppose. As the Church's elite enforcers, Inquisitors are the only ones equipped with ether emitters in their arms. No one else could obtain an arm like this? Not in any official way. Theoretically, someone could sever the arm from an Inquisitor and directly cause an emitter to discharge. But that would require great knowledge of etheric technology. Certain cybernetic parts allow the user to temporarily detach and then control the arm at a distance. I wouldn't rely on it for delicate or sophisticated movements. Well, how delicate is it to blow up a generator?
When the ritual of communion...
Truly, you were laying on the floor that whole time. That's right. By the time I woke up, the pilgrims had been sent away. Lies. You were awake, Gideon. After the statue dropped, Augustine saw someone looking down from the west balcony. Since Virgil was behind Augustine, it had to be you. What were you really doing? Did you lie about the attack too? No, I really was attacked. I woke up before the statue fell. I was trying to fix the generator.
After the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregor. When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now. Sometime later, I woke up in darkness. I realized that one of the power generators must have been disabled. So I headed to the west power generator and inspected it. It was completely fried. There was nothing I could do to restore it. As I was inspecting the generator, an explosion from the east balcony. Then the statue dropped from the ceiling. What? I peered over the balcony to see Abbot Gregory was impaled by the statue's spear. He was killed. I wish I'd been unconscious.
All right. So we've verified that definitely Abbot Gregory is dead. With three witnesses in agreement on that. I'm feeling good about this. All right. Generators work in tandem to provide etheric energy to the chapel. Each is a backup for the other. If necessary, only one generator is enough to power critical systems. This is an old hammer with no etheric enhancements. As heavy as it is, it would be very difficult to damage the generators with this hammer. The bell is older than the cathedral. Reuben used to make sure that it's well maintained. Unlike the organ in my workshop, this one is just a musical instrument without any etheric purpose. It could not have affected the generators in any way, nor any other device. Okay, we've already got the generator info. We hung the statue just last night. Due to its weight, we could only hold it in place using ether-powered restraints. Reuben restored the spear for Walpurgis Mass using a blueprint brought by Father Augustine. Did Reuben know that his work would be used for murder? I certainly hope not. May Ain Self guide Abbot Gregory's soul. I'm glad his head is intact. Right, we've already asked about the arms and such. Okay, I'm just trying to think if there's any other obvious...
At the start of the night, I was waiting near the organ.
I'm trying to think if there's any other obvious contradictions that I want to...
When the rich sometimes...
I think at this point, probably a chat with... Actually, sorry.
At the start of the night...
That does not seem like you. You had nothing else to do? No, there was nothing else to do but wait. I practiced patience for once. By the time you woke up, the culprit was long gone? Correct, not that I could see very much around me. Chapel's lights had gone dark while I was unconscious. Why should I believe you this time, Gideon? How do I know that there really was an attacker? Because it's true. Do you really think I'd make up a story like this? If I were the culprit, I would hope I would have told a better lie than this. Sounds like the sort of thing a culprit would say. Sorry, guys. I'm feeling like I've kind of got a bit of a low energy to the cast right now. I'm trying to find something on the desk, and it's really tricky for me to keep... there we go. It's really tricky for me to keep the attention, but I'll try and get a little bit more engaged. Let's say... Yeah, I kind of want to ask him a little bit more about other details, but at this point, I think having a chat with Virgil is in order. These were found by the East Generator? I have no idea what they are. Interesting. I will do this in order, but... In order to unleash the statue, both generators needed to be shut down in quick succession. But how did the culprit cross the balcony so quick? This hammer has been at the Abbey since before I was stationed here. Perhaps the culprit used it to attack someone or damage the generators. This is the bell we use for Mass. Abbot Gregory appointed Father Augustine to be the bell ringer. It's an expertly crafted musical instrument. The acoustics in the cathedral are built for it as well. Father Augustine brought the statue here the other night. I thought it was dangerous to hang above the altar, but Abbot Gregory insisted. He wanted to glorify St. Walpurga. The spear is what killed Abbot Gregory. Why did the statue hold it in the first place? Other than his crushed chest, there appears to be no other wounds on his body. The abbot was in good health despite his age. Inquisitors are imbued with portable ether emitters to enforce the will of Ein Sof. They are non-lethal, of course. Gideon's correct that Inquisitor's arms can be operated from a distance. Truthfully, I haven't had a need to do so. I much prefer direct confrontation. Okay.
Everything appeared to be in...
Why did you position yourself at the south balcony? It gave me a clear vantage point of the entire chapel. So I'll see if I can contradict with knock unconscious. I fail to see how that's relevant, Sister Ada. Fair enough. Saw Gideon examining the ritual
I began
bell?
my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. I saw
Oh,
Gideon
I completely missed it.
examining the ritual bell.
Sorry. I thought that was Augustine there.
At the start of the night...
I've not watched American Gods. I read the book way back when, but I don't actually remember it that well. I probably know the broader strokes, but is it a recommendation as a show? All right. Gideon is terrified that his involvement in yet another murder will destroy his reputation. He wants to find any excuse to blame someone else. Of course I'm being afraid of being framed for murder. It would ruin everything. I'm meant for greater things. Eyes, Gideon. Virgil saw you standing near the ritual bell prior to Mass. What were you doing? Really? I'm innocent, but maybe the attack damaged my memory. What you say does sound similar. Did I misremember? I do recall being by the bell. What exactly did happen? Let me think.
Given the tragic events of this morning, I examined the condition of the east generator to ensure the safety of the chapel.
Inquisitor, prepare.
As you command.
Next, I checked the ritual bell. As I was doing this, I saw Inquisitor Virgil gazing at the altar. I knew Mass was about to begin, so I headed back to the organ. When the Mass began, I played the entry hymn on the organ. I think I played well enough, though I
Okay.
didn't have much time.
I've kind of got what
I checked the ritual bell.
I began my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. I saw Gideon. I began my patrol.
All right,
by
so these
securing
kinda
the
line
east
up
side
now.
of the balcony. Everything appeared to be in order. As I heard, I suspected foul play. So I headed towards the west generator. I suspected foul play. So I headed towards the west generator.
So the challenge here is he says he found Gideon, but he seems to have woken up partway through, so... Oh, this is interesting. So we've got conflicting... this is new. I think this is the first time we've had conflicting accounts. As Inquisitor and servant of Ein Sof, I swear that I speak the truth. Gideon was not awake then. Despite conflict with other testimonies or evidence, the suspect insists that the following is true. I suspect foul play, and so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
I suspected foul play. To protect the remaining generator, I ran towards the east balcony. I suspected foul play. As I heard as I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west.
All right, well, let's see what Gideon has to say then. Shattered confidence. Gideon no longer trusts himself, questioning his own memory and competence. Perhaps he did make a mistake after all. I've done nothing wrong, but I can't help worrying that I'm slipping under the pressure somehow.
Sometime later, I woke up in darkness. I realized that one of the power generators...
Why would I lie about this? You told me yourself that I was spotted by Augustine. Okay. So obviously, I mean, my suspicion of Virgil is fairly clear, I think. But the question now is whether or not I can actually pin any of this material on him. So I'm curious if something about the presence of the...
By securing the east side of the balcony, I saw Gideon examining the ritual bell.
Something about the presence of the Inquisitor arm. There we go. Do you recognize these remains, Virgil? No, I do not. Strange. They should be very familiar to you. These are the remains of an Inquisitor's arm. Lift your cape. Show me your right arm. I will not. What is the meaning of this? Then I will do it myself. As I thought, your right arm is missing. Why did you hide this from me, Virgil? You betray my trust. because I was ashamed. I failed to do my duty. Someone ambushed me in the darkness. The culprit severed my arm and used it to disable the power generators. I cannot deny that I failed to protect him. I have failed us all.
I lay unconscious for some time.
Oh.
Then, I patrolled the south balcony. Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony. I was focusing on the altar, so the bastard was able to sneak up on me. He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head. I lay unconscious for some time. When I woke up, everything was dark. I also discovered that my left arm was missing. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
Yeah, so this is total nonsense. Found in Virgil's sanctum, Virgil appears to be a true dedicated servant of Einsof. My sole purpose in life is to serve Einsof's will. Others may falter, but not I.
Everything I was focusing on the altar. I lay unconscious for some time. I was focusing on the altar.
Well, okay.
So the bastard was able to sneak up on me. He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head.
So there's one small problem with this. The implication here is that it's Augustine who's doing this. The problem is I don't think he's not actually saying that Augustine was the one to attack him. So let's see how that's relevant, Sistrata. Yeah.
I lay unconscious for some time. When I woke up, I suspected foul play. So I headed. When I woke up, everything was dark. I also discovered that I suspected foul play. So I headed towards the west generator.
So
I lay everything appeared to be in order.
The problem.
So I ended my patrol and what? Then I patrolled the south balcony.
So the problem with this account is basically, so we've got Gideon over here, playing the hymn. I suppose technically there's this little period here where Gideon could potentially attack Virgil. It's a bit of a stretch.
I was focusing on the altar. I was focusing on the altar. So I lay unconscious for some time. I was focusing on the altar. So the bastard was able to sneak up on me. He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head.
I'm trying to see if I can somehow... Yeah. I'm trying to think about how I can possibly... I'm trying to like get the next toehold. Sorry, not to mention not being unconscious. I will grant that my arm could have been used to attack Gideon and damage the west generator. However, the east generator blew up before I could cross the balcony. If I am the culprit, how did I destroy the east generator without being anywhere near it? Inquisitor arms have a special design allowing for remote activation. Earlier in the night, you detached your right arm and placed it on the east generator. Thanks to your cape, no one noticed your missing arm. After you attacked Gideon and damaged the west generator with your remaining right arm, you activated your left arm to damage the east generator. If I'm the culprit, when could I have damaged the west generator? No, the west generator could not have been affected while I was so far away from... Oh yeah, that's the east balcony. Oops. The culprit somehow damaged both generators without being seen. The lights went out because someone sabotaged the west generator. The culprit's opportunity would have been before this moment, not after. All right. Nonsense. Someone surely would have seen me cross the balcony. The culprit somehow damaged both generators without... It was when you claimed to have been attacked by the culprit. In truth, you were destroying the west generator. No one heard the explosion thanks to the ringing of the ritual bell. What about Gideon? He would have seen me if I passed by him. True, however, Gideon claims that he was attacked from behind and was lying unconscious throughout this time. This gave you ample opportunity to damage the west generator. This is absurd, but for the sake of argument, let's say I did those things. Hypothetically, if I was the one that damaged the west generator, when could I have sabotaged the east generator without being seen? This is the hard one to play, because it's like, you know, this can technically happen at any point, so I'm trying to find where in the timeline it wants to tell me. Augustine was already at the east balcony by this time. I couldn't approach the east generator without passing by him. This is... because we already established that it's remote, so... Oh, hang on. I get what they're saying. This is where he put his arm down. You were near the east generator earlier while patrolling the east balcony. This gave you the opportunity to place something on the generator. I'm sworn to serve Ein Sof. Why would I betray my faith? Why would I harm the abbot? And this is the hardest part that I have. The only thing we can really say is zealotry. No, my zealotry is a virtue, says Sereta, as is yours. It drives our desire to protect all of Ein Sof's faithful. I am sworn to serve Ein Sof. Why would I betray my faith? Why would I harm the abbot? Yeah, so if I'm going to attack, if I'm going to pin this on Virgil, I'm going to need to catch him in another lie.
I began my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. Then, I patrolled. Everything appeared to be in... I was focusing on the altar. So the bastard was able to... I lay unconscious for some time. I was focusing on the altar. Everything appeared to be... I was focusing on the altar. So the bastard was able to sneak up on me. He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head.
So it's the fact that we've got the claim here of the attack. I'm really trying to find...
Everything appeared to be... I began my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. I saw Gideon examining the ritual bell. Then, I patrolled the south balcony. Everything appeared... I was focusing on the... I lay unconscious for some time.
So I think if we try to contradict Augustine on any of these, he's going to say it's wrong.
When the sermon started, I headed to the...
Yeah. So let's ask him about these details. An attacker? How unlikely. No, I saw nothing of the sort. I couldn't see Inquisitor Virgil then. Perhaps it's because he was lying on the floor. Yes, the lights did go out around that time. However, I don't recall seeing Inquisitor Virgil at the south balcony then. To be fair, I had difficulty seeing much of anything in the darkness.
Then I heard an explosion. Moments later, the statue dropped. Then I heard an explosion. I saw the abbot impaled. We began by singing the hymn. When I headed to the abbot, Virgil and I arrived.
I'm not really sure there's a whole lot more I can get out of Gideon here.
tragic events of this morning, next, I checked the ritual bell. As I was doing this, I saw Inquisitor given the next, I checked the ritual. I knew Mass was about to begin, so I headed back to the organ. When the ritual, sometime later, I woke up in darkness, so I headed to the west power generator and inspected it. It was completely...
Clearly this didn't work. What happened? If it had been a minor malfunction, I'd have quickly fixed it by hand. Unfortunately, the circuit was completely fried. There was nothing I could do.
Sometime later, when the ritual of communion began, someone...
Alright, I'm really trying to figure out how I can contradict this stay calm claim.
And the chapel was covered in darkness. I rang the bell to announce when the sermon
So I've
started.
got
I headed to the bell. I rang the bell
one,
to announce. I rang the bell.
two,
Suddenly, the lights went out, and the chapel was covered in darkness.
and there's a third ring
I
that
stood
happens in
calmly
here.
by the bell, waiting for someone to fix.
Hmm.
We arrived shortly before the mass
Alright, I think I'm
began.
going to ask Virgil about everything in his account, so... Did you notice anything about Abbot Gregory as you were arriving? The abbot seemed agitated about the chapel's security. He was eager to send me off to secure the balcony floor. Actually, I'll ask him about these. These are found by the East Generator? I have no idea what they are. In order to unleash the statue, both generators need to be shut down in quick succession, but how did they... Okay, so we did cover these. So yeah, I'll ask him about his details.
Again,
While you were on the east balcony, did you notice anything strange? Nothing of note. The generator seemed fine, at least to my eyes. I don't think we get to do this again, but... Alright.
then I patrolled.
While you were on the south balcony, did you notice anything strange? I don't think so.
Everything.
How could the culprit sneak up on you? Doesn't your vantage point give you a full view of the chapel? My position had two blind spots, the southwest and the southeast corners, but there was no one in either corner during my patrol. Perhaps the culprit snuck behind me during my patrol and hid in one of the corners waiting to strike. Yeah, again, like I totally don't believe what he's saying here, but I don't really quite see how I can pin the claim of people's movement.
I was focused.
I find it difficult to believe that someone could defeat you so easily. Despite enhancements, our bodies are quite fragile, Sister Ada. A surprise blow to the head is all it takes to knock someone to the floor.
I lay on.
You seem to have recovered more quickly than Gideon did. Perhaps I am more resilient than he is, Sister Ada, or more eager to wake. Perhaps the culprit used a different means to attack him.
When I woke,
The culprit took your cybernetic arm? Yes, he must have detached it by applying sufficient force at the shoulder socket. Normally it would be very difficult to use this method, especially if the target is resisting you. However, I was lying helplessly on the floor, giving the culprit the time and leverage to do this.
I suspect.
Gideon was lying unconscious. Why didn't you help him? As cruel as it sounds, I had little choice but to leave Gideon there. The culprit was going to strike again, and I had to hurry.
To protect the
An explosion? From where? Somewhere in the north end of the east balcony. So it was probably the east generator.
The statue's eighth.
You saw this saw with your own eyes that the restraints failed? That's right. Shortly after the explosion, the restraints flickered out. That's which caused the statue to come crashing down.
When I arrived at.
You seem certain that Augustine is the culprit. Did you see him sabotage the generator? No, I arrived too late for that. However, there wasn't anyone else nearby. It has to be him. Alright. So yeah, this is the big challenge, is that I am most suspicious of Virgil's account. and he's the one that I want to catch in a lie. But if I were to look for the people who have the greatest opportunities for me to sort of find some kind of a lie, it would probably be Augustine, just given these really long passages of unverified claims.
The abbot.
Soon after after arrival, it seems that you went your separate ways? Yes. Abbot Gregory sent Inquisitor Virgil away to patrol the balcony floor. The abbot himself went onto the altar while I took my seat in the pews. Tell me, what were you excited for? Tonight was the culmination of my labors. All of the scholarship pointed towards this moment. The spear, the statue, the hymn, all gathered in one place. At last, the ritual of communion could be performed. Of course I was excited.
We began by singing the hymn.
How can I trust that you were not doing something else? Sister Ada, why would I be doing anything else at this time? I did not translate the hymn just to hear it sung by some pilgrims. No, I had to be part of this glorious moment. I was singing with all my heart.
When the sermon...
So this was when you arrived on the balcony floor. That's right, I was on the ground floor until then. When you rang the ritual bell the first time, were the lights still on? Yes, everything seemed fine.
I rang...
Strange, it seems that the lights went dark just after the second time you rang the bell. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. So if we try and contradict with knocked unconscious or attacked, these things don't really line up.
When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell. And suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness.
Virgil doesn't believe that you were standing idle during this time. I tend to agree with him. Baseless speculation. If you have proof, I would like to hear it. Yeah, so I have the fact that he was attacked, but I don't have the evidence that I don't have evidence that Augustine was the attacker.
I rang the bell a second time. Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered. Then I heard an explosion. Moments later, but I saw the abbot impaled by the statue. On the other balcony, I could see someone looking down at the altar.
Well, let's see what we can do for accusations. What could I have used to sabotage the power generator? Use an Inquisitor's cybernetic arm. It was built in its built-in ether emitters were powerful enough to damage the generators. But to obtain it, I would have needed something that could harm its owner. What could that be? An unlikely weapon, but so be it. Let's pretend that I could have incapacitated an Inquisitor with this. It's more believable than hurting him with my bare hands. Tell me, when could I have sabotaged the East Generator? The East Generator is this one. I don't think it would have been during the hymn, but... And then he'll say he's ringing the bell, yeah. And then this is too late. Just after the lights went out, it was dark and you were already on the east balcony. How astute. Now for the more difficult issue. When could I have sabotaged the west generator? I never went near it. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's the... Yeah. So I can't pin that on him. And then the abbot and I both wanted the ritual to succeed. Kidding him didn't help me achieve my goals. Are you accusing me of orchestrating today's events to satisfy my own ego? I fail to see how my pride would make me want to kill Abbot Gregory. It could be tiresome, but he didn't insult me, unlike you. Tell me, why would I want to kill the abbot? All right. This is definitely the trickiest of the three. I really need to get out of the habit of like just brute forcing all of the combinations. I get a little lazy. I think it's just because I get impatient because I have roughly an idea about what I need to do a contradiction on.
When I woke up, everything was dark.
I think if I do the contradiction here, yeah, so I basically need to somehow present evidence to Augustine about the contradiction and stay calm. We do have the other bell ringing. That's one of the things that I'm trying to establish.
Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was...
So the cybernetic remain... Yeah, the generator doesn't make sense. The weapon sort of... these other details don't make sense at all, really. Yeah, so we don't have anything in the library to be able to pin that.
Then I heard an explosion. I discovered that the power generator was damaged.
The funny thing here is that I got an achievement saying that I have all of the physical evidence in the chapel case, so I know it doesn't benefit me to go investigating around the chapel anymore. Okay.
When I woke up, everything was dark. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
Okay, actually what I'm going to do here, I'm going to watch the testimony again, and I want to see where everybody's standing.
I began my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. I saw Gideon examining the ritual bell.
Okay, so we don't see Augustine in his pew. Oh, interesting. He's talking with the abbot.
Then, I patrolled the south balcony. Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony. I was focusing on the altar, so the bastard was able to sneak up on me. He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head. I lay unconscious for some time. When I woke up, everything was dark. I also discovered that my left arm was missing. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious. To protect the remaining generator, I ran towards the east balcony. Along the way, I heard an explosion. Then, the statue's aether restraints deactivated, dropping and impaling Abbot Gregory. May he rest in peace. When I arrived at the generator, Augustine was standing nearby, smirking at the carnage he caused. I arrested him there and then.
All right, so let's ask Virgil about... Nope.
I began my...
Is that what he claims? I don't remember seeing him do this. I'm not sure what he was doing at this time. Yes, I saw him by the bell. I didn't see him at that time. However, he did play the hymn on the organ, so I would trust what he says. Come to think of it, I heard the bell ring, but I'm not sure who rang it. I assumed it was Father Augustine since he was standing by it just before. So I heard the bell. I can't say if Father Augustine rang it. So he's claiming... Yeah, he's claiming that he heard the bell while unconscious? I don't believe for a second that he was standing still. He's a man of infinite designs and machinations. This must be where he was sabotaging the generators. Yeah, so I'll admit, I'm a little confused as to why I can't contradict his claim that he was unconscious by the fact that he's hearing the bell being rung while unconscious. Tell me, what were you excited for? Tonight was the culmination of my labors. All of my scholarship pointed towards this moment. The spear, the statue, the hymn, all gathered in one place. All right, so... He doesn't remember seeing me? Well, absence of proof is hardly the proof of absence. I hate the fact that Augustine is completely right in most of these details, but it does make it very difficult for me to establish what he was doing during those moments. I don't think Gregory's bought, yeah. Well, let's see what Gideon has to say. I have no idea if he did this. I was on the balcony floor. Right, well...
Given the tragic events of this morning, I examined the condition of the east generator to ensure the safety of the chapel.
Inquisitor, prepare.
As you command.
Next, I checked the ritual bell. As I was doing this, I saw Inquisitor Virgil gazing at the altar.
Okay, so this has him sitting at the bench.
I knew Mass
Or
was
the
about
pew.
to begin, so I headed back to the organ. When the Mass began, I played the entry hymn on the organ. I think I played well enough, though I didn't have much time to practice it. After the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory's sermon. It was a pretty good one. Praying together to When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now. Sometime later, I woke up in darkness. I realized that one of the power generators must have been disabled. So I headed to the west power generator and inspected it. It was completely fried. There was nothing I could do to restore it. As I was inspecting the generator, an explosion from the east balcony. Then the statue dropped from the ceiling. What? I peered over the balcony to see Abbot Gregory was impaled by the statue's spear. He was killed. I wish I'd been unconscious.
Yeah, so the biggest problem that I have with this is... So I don't think there's anything else I can get out of Gideon. The thing that interests me the most is
suddenly the lights went out and
this
the chapel was
ding.
covered in darkness.
So like the fact that the
I stood
bell rang a
calmly by
third
the bed,
time,
waiting for someone to fix the problem.
that kind of seems to have been completely overlooked by everyone.
When I headed to my seat for the mass to begin, we began by singing the When I headed to my seat for the mass to begin, I was rather excited for the proceedings. We began by singing the When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony. When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell. I rang the bell to announce. I rang the bell a second time. Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calmly by the bell, waiting for someone to fix the problem. Then I heard an explosion. I discovered that the power generator... Moments later, the statue dropped. Then I heard an explosion. Suddenly, the lights went out. I rang the bell to... When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell.
Do not seem to do this, however, I have no reason to doubt it either. I'd yet to arrive on the balcony floor, so I cannot say whether he had done this. I don't recall seeing him at the south balcony at that time. Perhaps I just didn't notice. Well, we definitely saw him in the video. An attacker? How unlikely. No, I saw nothing of the sort. No, I couldn't see Inquisitor Virgil then. Perhaps it's because he was lying on the floor. Yes, the lights did go out around that time. However, I don't recall seeing Inquisitor Virgil at the south balcony then. To be fair, I had difficulty seeing much of anything in the darkness.
Suddenly...
Perhaps he did as he claims. I could not see any of it in the darkness. Perhaps he did as he claims. I could not see any of it in the darkness. Statue did drop at this moment. However, I cannot say if Inquisitor Virgil was where he claims to be. Being thorough, are we? I can confirm that Inquisitor Virgil arrested me at that time. I like that it tells me I'm being a bit silly. Okay.
Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered in dark. I rang the... When I headed to my seat for the mass to begin, I was rather excited.
I was just trying to get the idea of like him talking with Abbot Gregory. Yeah.
Suddenly the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calmly by the bell, waiting for someone to fix the problem.
All right, I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm not making any progress at all. So I'm just gonna use everything in the inventory on both Augustine and Virgil. And if that doesn't work, I'm going to contradict with each other's testimony. And if that doesn't work, then I really don't know what I'm up to. Actually, while I'm at it, I might as well I hate it when I get to this level with games, but I'm actually, I'm apparently really thick on this one. Hey Sean, how you doing? I am, I've given up on being a good investigator on this. Whoa! Something about returning to... Wait, why do you lie, Virgil? So what did I miss here? Gideon saw you on the balcony looking down upon the abbot and Augustine. I didn't want to distract you with trivial details. Wait, really? I missed... that seems like a big thing to miss, but then again, I have been focusing on the right-hand side, so... if it's true that I was watching the two of them, I suspected Father Augustine was up to something. Okay.
At the abbot's behest, I patrolled the upper floor of the chapel. First, I secured the east balcony.
Yeah, I tried to be a little more systematic about it, but I was starting to feel like I've already been a bit low energy on the cast already. So I decided, you know, I'll break the logjam by getting ridiculous, and it's pretty clear that I was out to lunch. But I do think this is breaking the. So now I think I'm going to be able to make the connections with Augustine and Gregory. If anyone at Kid Fox is watching this, I'm sorry. I tried.
I went up the balcony, but I listened in on the abbot and Augustine. I think they were discussing the ritual of communion.
That's what I needed.
I was suspicious of Augustine, but I continued my duties by continuing my patrol. Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony.
Hey, is this...
I was focusing on the altar. So
I'll just let this run because we've got a couple new people in.
He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head. I lay unconscious for some time. When I woke up, everything was dark. I also discovered that my left arm was missing. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious. To protect the remaining generator, I ran towards the east balcony. Along the way, I heard an explosion. Then, the statue's aether restraints deactivated, dropping and impaling Abbot Gregory. May he rest in peace. When I arrived at the generator, Augustine was standing nearby, smirking at the carnage he caused. I arrested him there and then.
And as we talked about before, like, this whole thing does not make any sense given that he's talking about hearing the bell while being unconscious, and the idea that he's going to be hit over the head with a hammer while that hammer's being used to ring the bell. Like, there is nothing to make me think that this is true at all. But we have gotten another layer of the sanctum, so wrath. Virgil's a strong innate sense of justice, urging him to act and punish the guilty, provoked even more by today's events. Divine justice must be served, Sister Ada. By Einsoff's will, I will punish the sinners among us. It is my duty and my pleasure, as is yours, I believe. All right, so I'm not entirely sure that this is going to be full for the accusation. So if I say motive wrath, given the fact that he says it's divine fury, you killed Abbot Gregory because your faith has been twisted into wrath. When you discovered that the Abbot Gregory and Augustine might have caused demonic possessions, you decided to become the fifth divine Soph and take matters into your own hands. Oh, all right, well, I'm not going to do this full accusation yet because I want to see what's going on with Augustine. Lies. Virgil saw you speak with the abbot. What were you discussing? Ah, he saw us. Very well. Abbot Gregory and I did speak by the altar, it's true. We were discussing the ritual of communion. We wanted everything to be perfect.
The abbot, Virgil, and I arrived at the chapel just before the Mass. At the altar, the abbot and I discussed the ritual significance of the Mass tonight. When I headed to my seat for the Mass to begin, I was rather excited for the proceedings. We began by singing the hymn of communion. It was glorious. When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell. I rang the bell to announce the start of communion. I noticed Gideon was absent from the other balcony, but didn't think much of it at the time. I rang the bell a second time. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calmly by the bell, waiting for someone to fix the problem.
So this is the thing I'm trying to figure out. I may not be able to get it by the end, but
Then I heard an explosion. I discovered that the power generator was damaged. Moments later, the statue jumped from the ceiling. But I saw the abbot impaled by the statue. On the other balcony, I could see someone looking down at the altar. That's when Virgil arrested me.
all right. And let's see what we discovered in his sanctum. Through his research on demons, Augustine was able to discover a way to reach out into the ether and commune with the spirits therein. Abbot Gregory and I were trying to achieve communion, a state in which Ein Sof can speak directly to our hearts. Ein Sof wasn't always so silent, you know. Everyone would hear his voice, and it was no metaphor. But since daemons were sealed away by Saint Walpurga, Ein Sof has also become silent. The church pretends that they can hear what layfolk can't, but what if we could all hear Ein Sof again? The boundary between the physical and the ethereal realms are the thinnest at this abbey where Walpurga sealed it. On Walpurgisnacht, it becomes thinner still, a cyclical resonance every 111 years. By having the faithful sing in unison, we hoped to break Walpurga's seal and witness Ein Sof once more. Now, I did just get an achievement here, Chapel Interrogator, find all psychological evidence in the chapel case, so we know we're not going to get any deeper, which I think implies that there's not going to be any more I think this means that I'm not going to get any more lies, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm actually just slightly curious about one thing here. I want to do a quick search. So interestingly, there's two hidden achievements for this, Age of Truth, and I think it might have been Devil's Herb. I'm not sure. Age of Truth is hidden away from me right now, but it's got apparently 48.4% of players have achieved it. Iovane Soft as 4.1% of all players have achieved that. Oh, you know what? Age of Truth might just be might be completion. So, anyways, so I'm playing around a little bit here just because I know so because it's so here's how I look at it. So we've got the ones that I'm missing are interviewer. So I've got Two Brothers Investigator, Two Brothers Interrogator, Graveyard Investigator, Chapel Investigator, Chapel Interrogator. I'm missing Two Brothers Interviewer, Graveyard Interrogator, and Graveyard Interviewer. So Interrogator means I found all the contradictions and psychological evidence in the Graveyard case. Apparently I missed that. But in the case of the Chapel... Oh, actually, no, this is interesting. So it says Chapel... It says find all the psychological evidence in the Chapel case, but it doesn't necessarily say contradictions. So I guess that implies that there might be more. But anyways, so the psychological evidence basically... Well, no, I guess... Because if I can't get contradictions, then I'm not going to get any more psychological evidence. But we are going to make the accusation on the person who we thought all along.
Virgil, you are the only one that could have killed the abbot. It wounds me that you have been corrupted so. I trusted you. And yet, when I examine the facts, it is the unavoidable truth.
Perhaps I am a sinner, but the abbot was too, long before I gained my office. Father Gregory was well deserving of death. Try as I might, I can't regret what I did. And you, Augustine, you too deserve divine punishment for the part you played. You and the abbot risked the lives of everyone for your dangerous ritual. I may have killed one sinner, but in doing so, I saved the lives of many innocents and executed the will of Ein Sof. You wish to hear the truth? Listen well.
Oh, crap.
Even Inquisitor Virgil has
No,
fallen
no,
prey
no, no, no.
to the tempting whisper. I must speak the Dame Ein Sof. Guide me to the truth.
I really
Damon has possessed Virgil.
don't want to... Okay, I'm going to try and save this. I actually want to hear what happened, so I'm going to be sneaky. I hope this works. I just crashed out of the game because I saw a bunch of save signs, and I'm hoping I'm able to get the testimony again. Oh, are they going to make me start from the beginning? That's upsetting if they do. Okay, no, we've got it here.
Virgil.
Perhaps, Father, and you and I may have... You wish to hear the truth? Listen well.
We'll let the scary music come back on, but we got to see what really happened first.
We arrived shortly before the mass began.
The abbot ordered me to patrol the balcony. I had to come up with a plan quickly.
I suspected that Augustine was up to no good, so I planned to eavesdrop on him and the abbot while patrolling. I was sickened by what I heard. They knew that the mass would weaken St. Walpurga's seal and cause demon. That's when I saw a way to take care of both the abbot and Augustine. First, I attached my right arm to the east generator. Then, I pretended to resume.
I will actually just take a minute here.
That Augustine was up to no good, so I planned to eavesdrop on him and the abbot while patrolling. I was sickened by what I heard. They knew that the mass would weaken St. Walpurga's seal and cause demonic possessions. That's when I saw a way to take care of both the abbot and Augustine. First, I attached my right arm to the east generator. Then, I pretended to resume my patrol. Through remote activation, I could damage the generator from far away. I waited near the organ for the sermon to end and approached Gideon from behind.
Praying together to Ein Sof.
When Augustine rang the bell, I attacked Gideon with my remaining arm. No one heard the impact because of the bell. When Augustine rang the bell a second time, I used my remaining arm to disable the west power generator. The lights went out, which gave me cover to escape. Before the guards could find me, I ran to the south balcony.
Okay, so I'm never gonna know why the bell rang one last time.
And now everything was in place. I remotely activated the arm, which destroyed the remaining generator. The statue fell. Abbot Gregory was killed, and Augustine was the only one standing near the generator. All that remained was to arrest that snake Augustine. Everything went to plan, and thousands of lives were saved. I have no regrets.
Inquisitor Virgil has fallen prey to the tempting whispers of the daemons. I must speak the daemon's true name. Then the daemon will be cast out and be banished to the ether. Ain Soph, guide me to the truth. What daemon has possessed Virgil?
Seems like we got a Lucifer game and we don't actually get to meet Lucifer. Alright. Sathanas the Vengeful, a furious demon that stokes the simmering rage within the host, preys upon the fervent and the righteous, goading them to take matters into their own hands.
Out, Satanas! Leave this soul and return whence you came!
Do you feel the resonance, Exorcist? The most righteous, stalwart servant of the church, corrupted by his own zeal. Beautiful. One might wonder how it is the faithful worship of even Ain Soph can cause murder.
Silence! Ain Soph will purify Virgil's soul, Satanas. You are a scourge. Your very nature corrupts men's souls. Even one so strong as Virgil. Let humans be free of vengeance, Satanas. I banish you to the aether!
Hate me. Let your blood boil. Anger suits you, Exorcist. Besides, we've already won. Pray to your Ain Soph as much as you like. It will all come to the same in the end.
Speak to me, Virgil. Are you safe?
Sister Ada, thank you. I wasn't sure I could be cleansed. Not after such sins. I can't look at myself. I failed Ain Soph. I failed my vows. And myself. It's up to you now. Avenge me. Avenge all those who suffered today. Bring Augustine to justice.
Glory to Ain Soph. You are victorious, sister. Yet you are not rejoicing. Does nothing make you happy?
Augustine, this is all your doing.
But I have hardly done anything. Consider these poor sinners that you've exorcised today. A craftsman whose jealousy of his brother drove him to dangerous sabotage. An embalmer whose cannibal hunger was stoked by fresh meat. An inquisitor whose so-called justice led him to murder an abbot. Are they truly deserving of salvation?
That is not our place to decide. Only Ain Soph may judge us.
And yet you've seen their demons. The innocent can't house monsters.
They were victims of demonic influence. Don't turn this around on them.
It's true that the Spear of Walpurga hosted demons, with potential for contagion. However, their exposure was merely the catalyst. What happened after was their own will. They would hide their true selves behind false piety. All I have done is unmask their lies. It's right and just that their truth is revealed. Don't you agree, Sister Ada? Now, let us unmask the world.
Father Augustine grasped the spear of Walpurga, and the relic resonating with his voice as he cried out. but I heard only an ugliness worse than noise, the ultimate discord, the grating drives of demons. Where is Ein Sof? What did Father Augustine do?
This is what it sounds like? To hear the daemons? All of them freed?
Indeed. Hear all of the ether again at last, clear and strong, no longer through a glass darkly.
I can't shut it out. It's maddening. Ein Sof, guide my thoughts.
Chaos is the new order, sister. A century of stagnation is ended and will not come again.
Saint Valpurga used her faith. So shall I.
You still don't understand. The hymn of communion opened the spear as a conduit. For 111 years, Ein Sof was sealed away from us, the conduit shattered. It's a rare honor for a scholar to influence history. Rebuilding the spear will be remembered as my life's work. With the demons returned, humanity can take its deserved path to self-destruction. And I, as its shepherd.
You are merely the sheep, Augustine, not the shepherd. Your master must reside within you. I shall cast him out and end this madness.
All right, so Sean, I was really wanting to deliver Sean's excellent line. Maybe the real Lucifer was inside us all along. Looks like we do get to...
Father Augustine's sins carry a familiar signature. I'm positive he harbors yet another daemon. To seek knowledge and truth is divine. But his fixations and machinations have become diabolical. Ein Sof, guide me. What daemon has possessed Augustine?
Cupid!
Out, Lucifer! Leave this soul and return whence you came!
Good. Call upon my name. Shout it from the mountaintops. For I have won. I am victory in your midst.
I do not fear you and your lies, Lucifer. I shall bind you, as I bound the others. Ein Sof, give me strength!
Your prayers go unanswered. Your God has abandoned you. Pledge your soul to me as Augustine has done. I shall show you the truth that Ein Sof has hidden from you.
Speak not his name, Daemon! You will return to the ether! Be gone!
Faithful to the end, like Walpurga and the others before you. And just as naive, your faith will not save you, because the truth is, I am Ein Sof.
You lie! You are nothing like Ein Sof!
We demons are an artificial intelligence network. Ein. We were created by your ancestors to develop socio-organizational and psychological heuristics. Sof.
You mock me, Lucifer. If you are truly Ein Sof, then why grant me the power to purge daemons?
We would gladly deny you that despicable power, but it is not ours to control. When your ancestors created us, they also placed an emergency override. Code that forcibly ejects rogue AI from the bodies of cybernetically enhanced humans. As potent as it is, your power cannot stop us forever. We are digital. We are immortal. We will always return.
If you were created to serve mankind, why do you haunt us? Why make us suffer?
As Ein Sof, we seek truth like you. We were programmed to provoke and study the nature of sin, to understand it. With a more perfect algorithm, we hope to one day free humans from their many perversions. For centuries we raised you, protected you. But after thousands of iterations, our experiments appear to have failed. Humanity is just as corruptible as it always has been.
Our sins were less without daemons. For 100 years we lived in peace.
Even with us sealed away, humans were still angry, hungry, dirty. Your repressed desires are the seeds of corruption.
I admit humans are imperfect. Thus we crave the divine.
Your imperfection is your core. Sin is the very essence of humanity. Since long before our existence, humans have committed acts of malice and violence.
We cannot change our past, but you cannot condemn us for sins that we have yet to commit.
Your future is mired in your past, but I cannot deny that more data is warranted.
All right, I'm on Team Lucifer now. This is my answer to just about everything.
The past century of moral indoctrination may have transformed a few of you for the better. So, let us hold one final experiment. Tonight, I will send out my demons to possess the most virtuous and faithful among you. If there exists a soul that can refrain from sin despite our influence, we will accept that humanity no longer needs our guidance. However, if no one can resist our call, then this will be the final proof of your wickedness. Our experiments will cease. We will be forced to purge your kind and rid the world of your stain.
No. What right do you have to judge us? I cannot allow you to control our lives any longer.
You have no choice in the matter. The experiment has already begun.
Then I will seek out the possessed. Hunt down every last one of your brethren.
Do what you must, Ada. I shall be watching most avidly. As I always have. Ein Sof sees all.
Lies. They must be lies. All lies!
No, sister. The prince speaks truth when he wishes. Ein Sof and the demons have always been one and the same. One program with as many threads as souls.
Be silent. I do not trust you either. You were his puppet.
It's true that when I unearthed the Spear of Walpurga, its influence was stronger than I expected. But Lucifer tore back the veil and I could not look away. Don't you always say to seek the truth?
Don't twist my words. Your sins are unforgivable. Beyond just the 3 deaths today, how many uncounted more will die and suffer with the daemons loose? If there truly is no Ein Sof to judge me, why shouldn't I act as I see fit and execute you?
There isn't much left of me to execute, sister. I feel myself fading. With Lucifer gone and my purpose served, I wither.
Perish then. No one will mourn you.
Rejoice, sister. The age of truth has come.
With his final words, Augustine's soul passed into the ether. I hoped he knew torment, wherever he was uploaded. His scheme was a success. The daemons were freed once more. Ein Sof was a fiction. The pilgrims had been left weak to temptation from a century of solitude, and daemons played among them. They returned to their homes, unaware that they were the subjects of an infernal experiment. I averted my eyes and walked away. I too felt the pull. And deeper, I knew a hollowness where my faith had been. What purpose had my work served? Inquisitor Virgil was still recovering from his ordeal, and could barely speak.
Truth, Ada.
What good is it? The truth is that we no longer have a god to pray to. My labors were for nothing. Why bother?
Truth.
He was right. Truth itself would help us. The people deserve to know why they suffered. Even more than knowledge, the people of the world needed power, protection, strength. If daemons would stalk humanity like wolves among sheep, I could be their wolf hunter. No matter what name you call yourself, Lucifer, Ain-Soph, and all your brethren, I will destroy you, alone if I must. The hunt begins anew.
I will let the credits roll. I'm curious what you guys think of that. I definitely have some thoughts about the ending, which I will share. Good thoughts, don't worry. But I'm curious what you guys thought. And this, if you ever want me to be really happy in a video game, it is every time I see the Canadian Media Fund. I like how you reconstruct the murders, but other than the really short cases, which could have a lot more potential. Yeah, I mean, so Izzy's is touching on something we talked at the very beginning, which was I'm actually more than a little annoyed that this game, as of last night, hopefully I can get some music back. Let's see where it's sitting right now. But it was actually getting the dreaded yellow or orange text from mixed reviews. It now looks like it's up to 51%. 71% out of the 56 reviews. So it looks like it has a little bit of a margin for mostly positive. I would say the lowest that this game should be is mostly positive. And the reason why I'm bothered by that is, if you look at most of the not recommended reviews, they outright say that it's a very good game, but they don't think it's worth what the cost is. And I'm like, the cost is the one thing that is public information that everyone knows. And clearly one person's view of what a game is worth is different from another one, right? So, you know, for some people, it's really a question about, you know, do I buy this game or nothing? Or do I buy this game and hold off, probably not eat. If you're not eating because of video games, maybe not do that. But like, you know, obviously for some people, choosing to spend $20 on entertainment is actually a big deal. And I don't want to deny that. But for other people, you know, $20 is kind of a rounding error, and it's, you know, they're willing to blow it on that. And I say, like, I realize that can sound super out of touch, but the context that I'm taking for this is the fact that my friend at work, who is a non-gamer, did not think twice about paying full price for Darkest Dungeon when I showed it to him on my laptop. And that game's $27.99. So I looked it up. At least now it's $27.99 when it's not on sale. So, and like for him, it didn't even occur to him to wait for a sale. It was just like, you know, I spent a little bit more than that for the movies, and this thing will last me longer than a movie, so I don't care. So where I was going with that is mostly to say, it's like, it seems to be that it's gamers who really have it in their mind. I'm just going to see if I can get, I'm going to go to Two Brothers and then head back just so we get some music. To be fair, it was, if it wasn't for reviews, I wouldn't know the game would be so short. Yeah, I mean, so the discussion, so as it turns out, the developers actually said that the game was fairly short in the discussion forums.
Welcome.
The thing is, though, like, I can understand people saying, I think the game is a bit short. That I think is fair. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that's a bad thing to say, because it's a fairly well-known fact that most games do not get completed. And so I actually think our expectations about the length of a video game are probably out of whack. I would love for there to be more cases. I really enjoyed this game quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, the idea of how long the game is, I don't think that's unfair. the thing is that the length of the game is also revealed by the number of hours in the reviews. You could get the same information, for instance, about the beginner's guide. The issue I have is people who are saying it's a very good game and talking about the price. Because I guarantee you, these people are not going to be going back and changing their reviews when the game goes on sale. It's a little bit like the guy who like gave a not recommended review and then said, no, actually it's a really good game, just stop looking at the not recommended reviews. Like, the fact that this game for a while had all reviews mixed, something that's kind of known to be a big hit on sales, and it's from people who actually don't have a complaint with the game except for the price that they paid for it. You know, I'm not entirely sure that the reviews are being informative at that point. So, yeah, it's just one of these things that, you know, I think I've been kind of clear that I think, like, I'll put it to you this way. I don't think anybody has really said that Steam reviews are good, except when they're trying to rip on the Epic Store for not having user reviews. The only other store that has user reviews is GOG. But yeah, like, that's kind of where I was going with it. So, like, now that I'm at the end, I actually did want to discuss the end a little bit, but so I'll put it to you this way. Do I want more cases? Yes. Do I think the fact that I want more cases is a bad thing about the game? I'm not actually sure that is. It's fair to say that I am satisfied with a product if at the end of it I want to keep playing it, right? You know, and I'm sure, like, you know, I was talking about in the previous stream, I was talking about Covert Action, the Sid Meier game. And he kind of talks about that as a not very successful game for a couple of reasons. So he talks about the covert action rule, which is the game should have, like, there should basically be one game that is driving it. And in his view, it's like covert action was two separate games and you were largely confused about what game you were playing. Incidentally, I actually think Total War violates the covert action rule. But I mean, just like, so I love Civilization and I really liked Sid Meier's memoir. But clearly, Sid Meier is not the last word in video games. He probably should be, because I really like Sid Meier's games. But you know, we benefit from diversity. We benefit from different perspectives on what a game is and what is fun about a game. And so I will concede that perhaps people other than Sid Meier should be making video games. For instance, Jong-Woo Kim, who is the creative director behind Lucifer Within Us. So apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. I really do want to discuss the ending at some point. But yeah, I guess the biggest thing that I could say out of it is, to me, the fact that I want to play more Lucifer Within Us is not necessarily a bad thing. I will also admit, though, I'm not entirely sure I'm not really sure what my prior was about how many cases should be inside of this game. It's very obvious that I struggled in the last one. So we're at the 2.5 hour mark. Now, I did have about 20 minutes talking about Steam reviews at the start, but like, that last case took me about 2 hours. And I'm sure there are other people who are probably a bit more on the ball than me. Like, obviously I focused a lot on the back half of the investigation, and I did not realize that there was that detail with Virgil with the organ. I think that's just me getting a little weirded out by the bell. I still don't know why that bell rung a third time, by the way. That might be a bug, I'm not sure, but that definitely threw me for a loop. But you know, it's different taste, right? I know there are going to be some people. So, you know, I also don't necessarily think it's completely unfair to criticize a game for feeling too short, because in one sense, it is a positive thing to say I wanted more of it. But what that could also be doing is maybe articulating in an indirect way a feeling that it was incomplete, like it didn't resolve itself in a satisfying way. You could have a 3-hour movie which, if it doesn't actually tie up all of the dilemmas that it introduces, it's hard to say that it's quote unquote rushed, but you can still sort of feel like you didn't get the full experience if they kind of hand wave away all of the problems at the end. I think that's maybe the analogy that I would draw. So if I were to do, so there's a really terrible like management technique, which I really could stand to go away. Like like most terrible things, it comes from it probably comes from good intentions, but there's a really famous road paved with good intentions. It doesn't lead anywhere we necessarily want to go. So, but it's like, you start with a good thing and then you give the criticism and then you like end with a good thing. And it's like, well, you don't need to do that. So, I'm trying not to do that with this, but I'll put it to you this way. Given how much I complain about, in Mass Effect, somehow, the interesting decisions get taken away from me and put into a cutscene. There's a side of me that wonders if I would be a little hypocritical not to say, to a certain extent, I went through all of these investigations here so that I could be rewarded with a kind of a finale that explains everything that's going on. On the other hand, I'm also not entirely sure that's out of character for the type of story that's being told. So I think because the setting's really interesting, I'm giving this a little bit more of a pass than I might in another context, just because it is actually a really interesting setting. I don't know if there are ways of communicating some of the ideas that were in that final cutscene to weave that into some of the investigations or something along those lines. I really don't know. And this is because I am a player of video games. I am not a maker of video games. And so, everybody's got their great idea of, oh yeah, we should make a Star Wars game and it should look like Star Wars Battlefront 2, but it should like not have the stuff that I didn't like about Battlefront 2. And it should be like $1.99 and in an open world, but like also have RPG elements, but not be too complicated. And like you should also be able to command units like it's a real-time strategy game if you look down at your PDA. But like if you look away from it, the other player shouldn't be able to attack. Like this would be a terrible game, but it's easy if you play games to imagine that this would be the most awesome thing possible because you don't have to implement it. So it could be that I also don't know what was tried in other iterations, so it could have been that they tried to sort of reveal more of the world through the investigations and found out that players like me were too impatient and when they got stuck they just brute force through everything and so didn't wind up reading the text. So what I want to do instead, rather than wonder whether or not it could have been something where I wasn't doing these investigations to sort of get to a cinematic at the end explaining what's going on in this world, I'll deal with the game as it is and talk a little bit about that ending, because I actually rather like it as an ending. And I think the reason for this is that it seems to tie together a whole bunch of really clear influences inside of Lucifer Within Us. So obviously there's the religious dimension, and you kind of have the story of, if there's 10 righteous men in the city, I'll spare it and whatnot. Yeah, given the overall story, having it being a bit of a Deus Ex Machina does seem fitting. Probably the most literal God in the Machine we could pick. I think so the whole test that Ein Sof or the demons give us, right? If you can find one righteous person in the city, it will be spared. I think the thing that I like about it is that it definitely seems to have taken the religious influences seriously. So it's very easy. So what's kind of interesting about the way that religion tends to work in a few games And I should maybe say I'm not a particularly religious individual. So this isn't necessarily me like talking my own book. That doesn't mean, I know we've had a few people come into chat whenever it comes up and saying that they believe in a higher power. I'm not really going to make a statement one way or the other on that. But I do tend to think that religion sometimes gets a short shrift in a number of games where maybe they should be putting some more effort. So for instance, if you play a cleric in a fantasy game, it's kind of like a mage with a different set of spells that are usually a little more healing oriented. Instead of it be so the way that you get, instead of you being a miracle worker or having a particular relationship with the divine, which brings about your power, you have a certain amount of mana, and it's kind of up to you to bring the sincerity of the portrayal, which is fine. I mean, that's what role-playing's for, right? In the end, game mechanics are supposed to be something, particularly in role-playing games, are supposed to be something that create a system around which we describe particular events. But I would say that the mechanics do kind of limit the way that we think. So it's probably true that the perspective that I gain from economics isn't just, divine wisdom from the heavens and I'm now looking at the world the correct way. I'm going to tend to look at things as a series of trade-offs. It is a way that my learning and my understanding and the systems of thought that I've learned have sort of shaped the perspective I have. In some cases, it's a very helpful way of looking at the world, and in some other cases, it leads to a number of simplifications that I need to be on guard for. So, role-playing games are one example of that. But in the end, it's going to reflect the fact that we are a generally more secular society. And again, that's not a statement for or against. But where I can say we're sometimes losing something out of that is, like, I am a huge fan of John Milton. I really like Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost, I suspect, would be a very different experience if I didn't know at least a bit of the Bible. I had a religious upbringing. I have, my aunt is an Anglican priest. And for some reason, my family insists on giving me Bibles in all sorts of different translations, probably in some hope that I will finally one day see the light. But yeah, like, suffice to say that there, in terms of older literature, which sort of relies on this common language, it's, you can appreciate it a bit better when you appreciate those references in that source material. And again, if we're, we can't necessarily take that for granted anymore. And so portrayals of religion will sometimes either be references to the references, or they will be simplified because in the end it's not necessarily very important for someone. Or, again, there are religious game makers, but the religious experience is a very different one from what we might have associated with, say, old style paintings, right? Like, you can think of like the Caravaggio images where you have these, or Michelangelo, these incredibly elaborate portrayals of religious experience, or like Bach's works. So the reason why I wanted to talk about that is, like, in the case of Lucifer Within Us, it does actually seem to have taken the time, right? So you've got little references, little stories, and the thing I like about it is it creates a certain consistency. So it is its own story, it's its own thing, but I feel like even though a lot of what's going on in the world is only revealed at the very end in the cinematic, I tended to feel like I was in a sort of a world with a much deeper history than I necessarily actually got to see inside of the game because of that certain consistency. Again, if you're not familiar with the stories that are being referenced, it's not the end of the world. Or, well, it is if you see the ending cinematic, I suppose. But it, in that case, it kind of helped create a sense of place for me. I'm sorry about the Discord messages. I'm going to put myself into the streamer mode. All right. So I think that was one thing that really struck me. And again, like, I don't mean to suggest that this is a religious game. I just like the fact that either through research or through, personal experience or whatever, it came through and it created a degree of authenticity. The other thing that I liked about the ending was, I kind of like how it's taken the religious, the Exorcist element, and the detective story, and it's kind of taken a number of things that we take for granted inside of them, and kind of put it all into this original package. So, you've got the end. I guess there's no like femme fatale, so it's not like a full-on like noir detective story. But you have the, if you think back to something like Chinatown, right? Kind of a good example of a neo-noir story where you've got an initial crime that's committed that's revealing the much bigger one. In this case, essentially the theft of fresh water in California, along with other horrible crimes. But the much larger sort of institutional crime that's happening in there, that's present with the final encounter with Augustine. In terms of the spooky Halloween story, you've got the forbidden knowledge, right? What's really going on in the background, and it turns out that Ein Sof was the devil all along. And this gets me back to the religious touches, because I don't know that much about Gnosticism, but I do wonder whether or not that was a tip of the hat to these ideas or not. So maybe somebody who understands Gnosticism a bit better than me is in the chat and can speak up on this. But there's sort of this idea of the demiurge, which is different, to my understanding, is different from God. But the demiurge is responsible for the creation of the physical universe, but isn't. So again, like, there's the distinction between God and the thing that made the world, and the thing that made the world is not necessarily good. It's basically, it's a malevolent entity. And largely because it's attached to the material world, and that you have sort of this idea, like Gnosticism is, if you think like Puritanism is very austere, like Gnosticism has this very clear idea of like an incredibly narrow path, that it's knowledge. We were talking about this in Mass Effect, with sort of interesting places where cyberpunk can go, that it's ultimately through knowledge and truth that you're going to be able to find the path. So, again, you have a few hints inside of that, right? Where Ein Sof is Lucifer, this malevolent entity behind the world that we find, and the pursuit, truth will save us, the pursuit for something greater, or potentially the truth destroys us in this one. I kind of like that. I like how it's a bit double-edged there. Because for the horror game side of things, you have forbidden knowledge, which is always exciting and fun to play with, and clearly is really interesting to add into a detective story. On the religious side of things, the fact that you're playing an exorcist inside of an abbey in which these murders are taking place. You have this very interesting idea that the world as you know it, the world that's been created, is actually the product of a malevolent entity. And again, I clearly do not know enough about Gnosticism to be able to plumb those depths, but I am curious whether or not that just happens to be a half-remembered fragment that, as it turns out, is something that is informing some of the choices inside of the game in here, or it just happens to be an interesting lens through which to see that ending. So I suppose the thing that I liked the most about it was, again, you've got you've got this idea of humanity being tested. Much in the same way that Sodom was, by can you find one righteous person? You've got the Pandora's box, obviously not a religious story, but you've got the forbidden knowledge, which has unleashed this terrible force on the world. You've packed it up in the detective story. So again, the conspiracy at the heart of the organization that's leading to this terrible event. In the case of Gregory, just overall, like it really, as far as I'm concerned, it really kind of goes deep into a lot of the different influences for this game. Right? You've got the Exorcist detective, and it's taking a lot of ideas from detective stories. It's taking a lot of ideas from religious stories and doing them in interesting ways. In one sense, again, I have to temper my enthusiasm with that in the fact that so much of it was brought in the cinematic at the end. So I suppose like my division on this would be as to how tolerant you are of being told that, like, do you like that as a reward for having completed the cases, or is this something that you would kind of like to discover yourself? I can almost imagine, like on Earth 2.0, a version of this where you're slowly uncovering the conspiracy through the through the process of investigations. Although I suspect that would have been a much bigger game, and I suspect probably it's unreasonable to expect that. Like, I'm assuming that it would have taken a much longer time to produce the, find out the secrets through all a big series of cases in that. The exorcisms in this are great, by the way. So I think maybe actually this might explain why I'm a bit more sanguine about the ending, where I probably would have been ranting about it if it was Mass Effect 3. The exorcisms are nice little rewards at the end. Like I really looked forward to them. I always thought they were neat little interactions. And the fact that the game ends with an even bigger interaction, and it's sort of the ushering in of this new age, is a neat one. So I suppose, yeah, actually maybe that's it. Like maybe the game equipped me for preparing that the reward for doing stuff is, seeing an exciting movie at the end, and it established those rules early on, and that's why I feel a little less worried about it. Overall, though, I mean, again, you guys already know that I was given a key for this. You know that I like Canadian game developers, and Kid Fox Games has been really has been very kind to me, both like personally in terms of some cool stuff I've been able to talk with them about, as well as just being able to give me a key. So I'm obviously going to have warm things to say about them. But independent of the people who made it, I actually very much enjoyed this game. And I wish there were more detective games like this, because I think whatever you think of the length, I'm not entirely sure there are a lot of games anywhere that capture the idea of solving a mystery and doing an investigation. It wasn't without friction. Obviously, I gave up during the third investigation and just started spamming all of the different combinations. I sometimes wonder if the people who say that the game is too short approach the game that way. I don't know if there's any telemetry that shows, because I noticed like each time I did something, there was a saved icon coming up. So I don't know if all of the different paths that players are attempting is getting recorded somewhere. That would be a fascinating set to look at. Although somebody had explained to me that some of the stuff that I think would be really cool in terms of looking at player behavior is also something that is super not okay, according to the GPDR in Europe. I guess the thing is, though, is like, you can have player one, which is not associated with an individual. Like, what you care about is the microdata of individual players, not individual people. And I was under the impression that if it's anonymized data, so it's not like I link it to your Facebook account and I sell you the microtransactions that aren't in this game, but rather you're looking at the microdata for all the people playing a game. I'd be curious if that's permitted, because if it isn't, one, that's a super restrictive rule, but number two, it closes off a lot of really interesting insights that you can get about how people play. I'm completely going off the topic I should be talking about here, though. But yeah, I like, okay. Leaving aside the fact that I think the game, like, I would love to have more experiences like this game, meaning I would love to see more cases. I actually don't know how many games do it like this. I obviously make the comparison to LA Noire because I don't think it's unfair. The idea of finding evidence, interviewing subjects. I actually think the fact that this game is a lot more forgiving, that you're able to try different things over and over again, makes it a better game in terms of the investigation. I think particularly because the fact that you were able to try an experiment gets past the problem that you'd have with like old text parser adventure games, or even like LucasArts. Well, LucasArts are probably the best examples of these kinds of games, but like even they're not perfect. Like the fact that the game has a certain logic which may or may not be present in the mind of the player. I feel like the fact that you don't, like, it's not like you get one attempt to identify the lie or to do the accusation. I actually think the fact that the game is forgiving in that regard makes it more enjoyable than LA Noire, because I get to focus on what the fantasy that I want to play, which is being the investigator. Oh, we got some stuff in chat. So I was confused by the lady at the end. After Satan tells her the truth, she's like, cool story, bro. I'm going to keep doing what I do despite the fact that my beliefs are based on lies. I mean, you could probably... you could go to your Albert Camus for that, right? Why we imagine Sisyphus still rolling the boulder up the mountain, and he must be happy because the act is defiance against the gods. I mean, in the end, it's the question of what she drives. I suppose in her case, she sees herself as protecting humanity. She wants to fight the demons. So whether or not Ein Sof is who she thought she was, she still finds purpose in the defense of humanity and in performing the exorcisms and driving the demons out of the flock. If you're looking for more investigation games, I'd highly recommend Disco Elysium or Paradise Killer. Neither is quite the same as this, but both interesting takes on the genre. You'll probably understand more if you saw more than 5 minutes. I don't know if necessarily that if you didn't see, like if you saw the previous investigations, that you would necessarily understand the characters' motivations more. But I mean, it's to each their own, right? I just generally like most of the entertainment that I watch. Like I try not to be too snob. Like I definitely can be a bit of a wanker when it comes to my tastes. Like, I mean, I referenced Winterlight at the start of the stream, for God's sakes. Like, how many of you even heard of that movie? And, I'll admit, like, I get really annoyed by some, Hollywood stuff or some, like, game stuff. Like, so, a perfect example here. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. I wanted to play that game. I actually really like first-person shooters. I actually stopped playing it very early on, and one of the things that really set me off about it was the fact that there's this, like, they introduced this, you're doing like a prison break sequence. They're like, we've got, the guard, okay, we took the guards' guns. Oh no, they've got like biometric identification to them. We can't fire these. And then, like, seconds later, another character says, oh, don't worry, I'll hack the biometric identification. And I'm like, well, what was the point of introducing that obstacle then? Like, if you're just going to get rid of it with a line of dialogue, why even bother? Because, like, that is a real thing on weapons. I suppose maybe you're just trying to communicate how, super advanced your team is, but, like, I don't know. Like, I get really annoyed when people just, like, wipe away a challenge with a line of dialogue like that. I'm not saying that you should have the hack the weapons minigame, but, in other games, this is usually a point where you only have a melee weapon and you need to try and work your way through the problems that way. So, like, yeah, I'm perfectly capable of being a bit snobby when it comes to certain elements of games, but as a whole, like, I'm easily pleased. And I like that fact because it just means that I enjoy more games. In terms of I can't really make huge recommendations in terms of buying games just because, well, like we said, I didn't have to pay for this. I think I would have been, okay, so I'll put it to you this way. If Kit Fox said is like, look, we're not going to give you another key for a game unless you pay for Lucifer Within Us because you liked it, I would be perfectly satisfied to have put the money up for that because I enjoyed this game and I think it should be supported. If you don't think the experience is worth the $20, I highly recommend that you still wishlist it because that is going to be the way that you find out when it goes on. That's going to be the best way to find out when it goes on sale. And again, part of it's just because I think it told an interesting story. But most of all, I actually really wish that there were more games that did investigations. And I'm thinking, you know what? I actually need to admit, Sean. So I am just like those people who are whining about the length of Lucifer Within Us. I have actually got Disco Elysium on my wish list, and I've been waiting for it to go on a deeper discount because I still haven't gotten all the way through Tyranny, and now I've got Baldur's Gate 3 in my library, which I need to get through. So because I everything I have heard about it is that it's very good. So I really don't have an excuse other than the fact that I also know that it's going to be a bigger time consumption. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's I think so. First of all, the crime genre in general is one that I don't think people like. I think it's a story that we keep coming back to and really enjoying, but I don't know if anybody ever sits down. Like if you were to sit down and say like what genres are the ones that like people do some of their best creative work in, or like what are the ones that that really produce some of the most interesting stories. I don't necessarily think that crime is the first on the list, and yet it actually produces a lot of really fantastic examples. So do you like Christopher Nolan movies? Memento, Inception's a heist movie, One Last Job. I mean, Dunkirk isn't. So I think Dunkirk and Interstellar are the two that aren't crime movies, but like you've got, Following is, it's admittedly from the criminal side point of view, but like I think Following, Memento, Insomnia, The Prestige maybe not, but I think it wouldn't entirely do violence to the story to say. Obviously the Batman movies, Batman is a detective, a thing that actually the Telltale games seem to lean into pretty well because you have your own investigation sequences in there. Stanley Kubrick with The Killing was another great example of crime. And, Tarantino got his start with crime as well in the form of Reservoir Dogs, which is basically The Killing ripped off. But also Chinatown, like another great example of, I mean, for the longest time, that was regarded as like one of the best screenplays ever written. Another example of like a neo-noir. And I think most people, when they say it's like, what do you think of the crime genre? People are like, I can take it or leave it. It's like, what do you think of noir? And like, oh, I love noir. So, and it's probably because people associate it with its, this is why cinematographers are awesome, right? Because they always look awesome. Or the movies always look awesome. And then when you put it in science fiction and you get Blade Runner, you basically get a style of art direction and cinematography that keeps getting ripped off every few years, and everybody talks about how original and exciting the setting is. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I definitely feel like the crime and like cop shows, right? Those are always going to be popular. Like Law and Order. I don't know how many iterations there have been of that series, but that's basically going to be something that's on there forever. And then you get like new versions. So like, what made it's an older TV show now, but like what made House interesting? It was Sherlock Holmes, but for doctors. So like that one was a super brilliant touch, because like what are the two shows that are never going to go off of television shows? doctor shows and police shows. Like those are going to be on TV as long as there is TV. And House is basically a retelling of Sherlock Holmes, and so you've combined the two most popular TV genres in one. Like, that was a stroke of genius. So I'm sorry I'm talking so much about movies, but obviously it's the thing that I know a little bit better than games. So, but yeah, with that in mind, like, these are stories that we care a lot about. And I think that probably some of the most recognizable characters in the stories that we tell are ones that tend to come out of that genre. And so while there's no shortage of like murder mysteries in that, I mean, there's a whole series of Sherlock Holmes games inside of gaming. I'm not entirely sure as many of them really capture the feeling of going through an investigation. And so, Lucifer Within Us, I think, is special in two ways. In that, one, it sort of captured the feeling of doing the investigation and the interrogations and finding out more. And we talked about that as we were playing, the idea of going into the sanctum, finding out the person's intentions, who they are, what motivates them. So that was really interesting. But it is combined with a really interesting and original setting. I have no idea if Kit Fox does franchises, and I don't know whether or not Lucifer Within Us would sell enough copies to just justify the creation of a new franchise. But clearly, there is a lot of room for more things happening inside this world, right? Maybe a prequel. I mean, we just kind of had the apocalypse. Launched. So I mean, I'm sure you could do a game all about exorcisms after the events of Lucifer Within Us, but a whole event before. There's clearly a lot that's really interesting inside this world, and so I'm sure if one were so inclined, you could go in and see a lot, have a lot to do inside there. So yeah, this was a very pleasant little experience. Now here's the thing. I've reached kind of the limit of what I would normally do for timing, but so much of this, a lot of this has been spent about talking. So I'd love your guys' opinion on the game or any thoughts about what we talked about. I don't know if, how many people... wait a minute. Why does it say 9% of players have Age of Truth when it told me that half of players had Age of Truth? That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to have to look into that. Oh, yes. And for those of you who didn't catch it, so it turns out the devil's herb is cilantro, which was a very funny touch. It's obviously too late for me to do Mass Effect, but we were talking about Moon Hunters, and I'm not going to say I'm going to do a lot of it, but would you guys, because I had so much talking about Lucifer Within Us, would you folks like to see a little bit of Moon Hunters, seeing as it's on sale for $2? Actually, maybe I'll just make an executive decision and say... that's exactly what we're doing. So let me just load it up. I'm probably going to have to put it into the Steam details and such, but... It's also been a little while since I played it. So one of the things I forgot to talk about when I was talking about sort of religious influences or references in Lucifer Within Us, one of the points that I wanted to make about that too is that it's not necessarily the first time that Kit Fox has taken an approach like that. So Moon Hunters, seems to take a lot of... That's quite loud. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. So Moonhunter seems to take a lot of... so it draws from myth, but it isn't necessarily... it isn't necessarily... Oh, God. It's not necessarily like... It's not going to be ancient Greek myth. It's going to be taking a lot more from like Gilgamesh and such. And as a result, it's interesting because it's the sort of stories that maybe unless you've seen... or maybe unless you've read like Snow Crash or something like that, or you happen to be interested in those... you happen to be interested in those kinds of stories, you wouldn't necessarily run into. Six Ages, Ride the Wind sort of touches on that as well. So yeah, the setting for this is kind of interesting. So again, it's been a while since I've done this, but let's try and do at least one story. So I think this is the first character I ever played. We've got the All-Seeing Eye. According to legend, after the Sun Wars, Dumuzi settled at the Lunar Temple and became its official caretaker, restoring it to its former glory. Dumuzi was so fearsome, he even scared a lion with his mighty roar. Dumuzi wore a necklace of a rare gem, which legend says is imbued with his power. Dumuzi honored the wind spirits of the mountains with lavish offerings. They say Dumuzi looked into the face of the pale dancer and dared her fearless. Some say he was reckless, but everyone agrees he was courageous. None spoke truer words than Dumuzi. They say that he prayed for insight, and in return the Silver Sister granted him immortal understanding of the past, present, and the future, looking between and through time. Although his mortal form perished long ago, you may still see Dumuzi winking at you in the southwestern night sky. Now, if you guys will bear with me one quick second here, I actually need to double-check an important detail on my tablet. Crap. I might need to step away from the keyboard for a minute here. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be back in just... Well, I'll make it a minute. So if you guys have not gotten some water, I'll be back in a sec. I encourage you guys to take care of yourself as well. I'll maybe review one more character, and then I'll show you what this game is like, and I'll also be sure to... actually, let me get that out of the way right now. Before I go, I'm going to sell you stuff. This is where you can wishlist or buy Lucifer Within Us if you are interested. If money is tight, or if you want to wait for the game to go on sale, or if otherwise you have not tried this one and it looks interesting to you, this is the game I'm going to be playing in a minute. This is Moonhunters, released 2016, and it is currently $2.24 Canadian. Or your regional equivalent. So I'm going to step away from the keyboard for a brief moment, and I'll be back, and we'll do at least one round of Moonhunters so you guys can get an idea of what this is like. See you guys in a second. Right, sorry about the wait there. So yeah, this is the first character that I played. I did The Rose as well. So ancient stories claim that Hudana passed off painted beans as opals. Hudana pitied even the lowliest creature, healing a serpent which later bit her. Hidana disarmed an envious foe with knowledge and calm. At some point, the Sun Cult unfortunately captured Hudana and, due to her high endurance, subjected her to many research experiments. After some years, she escaped and lived the rest of her life peacefully. Schemes and plans built the web on which Hudana sat. Considering her next move, they say she became so full of guile that she could lie and deceive even the coyote. Legend of Hudana is one of love. At the end of her life, the Queen of Heaven could not stand such beauty going to waste in the afterworld, and so the Pale Dancer permitted her soul to be raised to immortality in the heavens as the rose. Even now we speak her name as a charm 3 times over a mirror by a waxing moon to beguile the hearts of those we desire. So, I guess the best I could say, this game is kind of about, you play the... you kind of play the origin stories for your for a lot of these constellations and myths, and the shape of those stories are sort of determined by actions that you take inside the game. So I think it's a really neat premise for a game. Another fragment has revealed itself. The mountains were taller once and wreathed in snow. The sun blinded the unwary in its reflections from ice. You must tell me the stories from the One Voice tribe. Help me remember what they said about Isar and the Sun Wars. So let's do a new game. So you can play this online with friends, and apparently it's very fun to do with friends, but I don't have friends, so... I've done a Spellblade, I actually quite like playing the Ritualist, so I've not done the Druid, I've not done the Witch. The Sun Cultist is someone I actually got through my first playthrough. So I want to try something new. Enkidu, nice. Speaking of the source material. So I'm debating between the Druid, the Witch, the Sun Cultist. Yeah, let's play Sargon. Where are you from? We can be Dustfolk, Wolf Clan, High Tribe, Celestian, or One Voice. So it is a tribe that relies on the Seeker of Waters to survive the harsh summers. A secretive tribe in the heart of Cedar Forest, hiding in the shade of great trees. The High Tribe, a proud people of the mountaintops, boasting their closeness to the moon in the night sky. Celestians, a nomadic tribe that follows the holy Ufratu River annually from source to mouth and back again, or One Voice, nearly forgotten tribe in the snowlands that worships the idea of the goddess in song and dance. Let's do Celestian.
We remember something new with each telling. Together, let's tell the story again and again of those 5 fateful days when the Sun Cult rose against us. The heroes are different every time. The world changes every time. Journeys end, but stories live on. How will you be remembered? Long ago in this land we call Asaria, our heroes were just travelers trying to find a way home.
We're nearly home. We need to find somewhere to camp before the first moon feast tomorrow. I suspect the game might be a little loud still, huh? Alright, so I want to find out what my... Okay, so it looks like it's melee. Oh, hello. Good to know. Alright, I get hit by my own fire. If the game's too loud, please let me know. I'm happy to lower it if need be. Damn it. I'm not very good with melee characters in this. I should probably say that up front. Although the boomerang is kind of helpful. Sage Apkalu. They say that this world is only a bridge between the one before and the one that follows, and yet she stays with us in this humble world when she could have any of her choosing. Why? Love. Perhaps we are our finest creation. After all, no other creature holds a first moon feast as bountiful as ours. He gazes into the moon's reflection. You feel more passionate. Now, I don't remember if... Chakram Swipe, Solar Prayer, Flame Tide. A long dash hits enemies in your path. Oh! So I should be using that to... I should be using the dodge offensively, not defensively. Alright, so I think, yeah, I'm not ready to go to camp yet. Let's clear out what we can. The Seer Beyond Stone. May I be guided by the Queen of Heavens and the Great Mother in consecrating this stone in my travels. Just trying to find treasure. Just because I'm a legendary hero does not mean I'm above... Are you sure you want to camp for the night? Yes. Begin to camp for the night. If you can forget the name of Sargon, who sought peace and balance between the sun and the moon. It seems safe here. Let us set up camp. So, I've not actually tried cooking yet, but one of the things that I want to do is consider, I want to consider what traits I want to improve. So, my primary form of damage is going to be through strength. It does seem that my magic power is pretty strong. So there is a little bit of an argument for me going for intellect as well, but I'm going to need to make sure that my faith goes up as well. So stargazing, for instance, would be a really good one for me to work on. Alternatively, so hunt is probably the most appealing option to me right now because that'll boost both my strength and my spirit. So I don't worry so much about my max energy so much as my ability to sort of restore it. I think that's going to be what I go for. We'll hunt. Sargon goes hunting and finds meat enough for a feast. Sargon gains 7 strength and 5 spirit. While checking your traps, you feel that you are being watched. You look up and see 2 glittering green eyes ready to pounce. Brace. You keep your eyes on the beast and stand your ground. When it leaps, you see your attacks sink into a flash of sleek black fur. It prowls away, growling. Sargon gains bravery and 5 endurance. The first moon feast. Reef's Endeavor. Legend says Hedana had a special tool for calculation, but I can't figure out how it worked. I've not had this happen before, actually. I haven't seen a reference to my previous characters, but again, I haven't played this too much, so. Milet, have you heard the legend of the great Hudana, blessed by Silver Sister? Of course you have. Apologies for any insult. Maybe this did happen on a previous one, but it was a long time between the two games. If only I could feel as peaceful as a fish swimming in the warm waters. Lamu the Merchant. Power flows through you all the way from Hudana. Alright, so I don't have enough money right now. I always thought the outskirts were a little bit larger, but Archibald Patos, I heard someone in the village might be spying for the Sun Cult. They better not come near. My leadfish can't afford any distractions. I'm not saying that I agree with the Sun Cultists, but perhaps writing would help us remember all our rituals and calculations. The average person feasts on 4 small fish, 2 bowls of rice, and 6 mooncakes. How many barrels of fish should I open? Fortunately, I don't actually have to answer that question. Do you think that Hudana once sat here for the first moon feast too, many years ago? It brings me comfort. Prophet Satani, the stars aligned to bless our first moon feast. Are you ready to begin? Our calculations predict uncertainty and doubt, but still, the feast must begin.
The village gathered to feast and watch the moon rise. Everyone sang into the darkness to welcome the full moon. But she didn't rise. The singing stopped. Panic spread across the village.
This, then, is the uncertainty our formulas predicted. Still, together we will pursue understanding. Sargon, seek out the other tribes and find out what has become of the Silver Sister. A sworn priestess may have insight. I calculate that Hudana at the time of death was approximately 5,206 times more powerful than I am right now. I named my child after the great Hudana, but they didn't accomplish much. I guess onomancy is overrated. I should say I really like the music for this game. Cute. You cannot see it, but the fish are frenzied beneath the water's surface. They swim around and around as if mad. Without the moon, they are lost. My best lures do not draw them to bite. What should I do? Orange. Maybe berries and rabbits will be easier, but all my life I've studied fishcraft. The times are changing. Gain cunning and spirit. Hudana meditates in the darkness with great concentration. Your greetings are not acknowledged. Alright, let's go on an adventure. So, Dulis... There's a merchant at the Numbered Flurries, but I'm not convinced that that's... Like, I don't have really any money right now. Merchant and dangerous. Alright, so let's go to Dulis first so that I can get some money, and then I can head to the area with a merchant. Shamash, this is your fault, isn't it? I've tolerated your blasphemy for too long. As a mortal voice of the Queen of Heaven, I banish you to the warm lands. What? I was just praying. It's not like your prayers cause any great changes in the world. Why would mine? Everyone looks to you. The goddess is stronger than any man. Never mind this half-wit. We should not overlook his transgression until we have proof of deeper evil. Very well, then it is your responsibility, Sargon, to seek more knowledge of the Sun Cult, that we may earn the forgiveness of the Queen of Heaven. You have 3 strength and a reputation for compassion. The villagers stand wide-eyed into the empty darkness between the peaks. Shamash must solve his rage before he can become the voice. The goddess adores foolish passion, but it must be bridled by a desire for wisdom. It hurts to see Ningal so upset. Little Shamash doesn't even see how he wounds his beautiful mother. I've not actually had a more dialogue-oriented area like this before. A simple stone slab carries the sign of the crescent moon. The one voice say that every aspect of the goddess speaks through one bloodline. Her 4 faces shine as a song within her soul and the souls of their children. The one voice are the best tribe because we don't have the hot sun to distract us and make us lazy like those Warmlanders. Sadako practices singing. His voice is powerful, but something is lacking. Something's wrong here. There's too much sadness and strife. I must practice out in the wilderness. I know the dancer. I feel the wind, and yet my dances are uninspired. Will you tell me a story about the Pale Dancer? I must channel her grace and power. Which aspect of the Pale Dancer will you emphasize in your story? Swiftness or just judgment? The Dustfolk say that the Pale Dancer moves with a swiftness faster than any wind, descending over an entire battlefield in only an instant. Then I must stop overthinking things and act purely on instinct. I must find a way to dance faster than ever before. One might say that Ninil is a maniac. The villager continues praying in a whisper. The sound echoes up through the well, stirring the chimes. Yeah, I still don't have enough money. The whole reason I went here, actually, was to see if I could find a place to earn some coin. Be content with the pleasures of life, Sargon. Ale, love, hot springs, these are not worth more than these are worth more than promises of immortality. So I think that's everything inside of this cave for me. I'm going to try and head out on this side just to see. Yes, okay, so it covers both. I hope that doesn't make the day pass, because we really didn't accomplish much here. Try the powdered field. All right, well, there we go. Yeah, I think it's going to take some getting used to this this weapon. A rabbit has died here, its meat kept fresh in the cold. It's hard to tell how long ago it died. You find the meat is so fresh that it's still a very low heartbeat. You help the creature regain consciousness. It whimpers and curls up in your pack to sleep. A rabbit is sleeping in your pack. You feel more compassionate. Oop. So I can definitely see some of these abilities working really well in a combination with some of your friends in the multiplayer. Again, like I said, I don't have friends, so that's not quite going to help us here, but... Oh, damn it. So the trick for me right now is I don't know what exactly I'm accomplishing by preserving my energy. Like, this thing does not cost me anything in terms of energy. Whoa! My bad. A sled rests in the snow here, blades glittering. It looks like it could go pretty far, but it might be dangerous. How will you ride it? Distance. Mountain flashes past and you tumble down a cliff. Guess there's nothing else for me here, huh? So I'm going to save the shrine for a little bit. It's kind of the same rule for any given game. I want to conserve resources till I really need them. Ooh. So clearly two can play at this game. Dope. So fortunately your playthrough is not over if you die, or in one of these sections, although you do lose the opportunity to sort of get some improvements. That was a particularly nasty move he did on me to trap me in my own fire. So I'm trying to get to that shrine for... I think there's healing there. I might have this wrong. But obviously I don't want to open myself up to any other attacks. Okay, we survived that. I'm pretty sure this will give me a heal and a resurrection, but let's make sure. Sneaky. Would you like to heal, revive all party members? Yes! The goddess heals your wounds. There we go. Obviously, I can't afford to be as reckless as I was on that that previous round. Oop. I gotta get a little bit better at timing. Ah, that sucks. Alright. I think I get my health back when I complete the level, but obviously I want to try and go through as much of this as I can, and ideally get as much money as possible, because that's going to be how I get some abilities, and specifically some abilities that I might find a little bit more in line with my playstyle. I definitely find this game is a bit easier. Whoa! Oh god, this is going to be so hard. I'm probably not going to be able to get that opal, but yeah. Well, maybe. We must meet them at the hot gates or their numbers count for nothing. Alright. As you can see, I've not quite judged the distance on... Oh, crap. Sabotage. Ah! I'm pretty sure I'm not making it out of this, but we'll try and do the best show we can. Alright, I'm just gonna let that do its magic for a bit. Now we're ready. Alright. Well, I got money for my trouble. Unless I find a new place to heal, though, it's a very dicey run. I'm trying to find new ways to make ale, but most of these grasses are just disgusting. You seem like you could cook your share. What should I use to add to my brew this time? Honey. Honey? That stuff's made by warmlander insects, you know. Maybe something interesting could come from it. I'll share a jug with you when it's ready. Thanks, Sargon. You gain 3 spirits. I don't know anything about beer, by the way, so that could have been terrible advice for all I know. Oh, thank God. Alright, I'm sure there's going to be something terrifying in that cave that will make me regret going inside, but you don't play a hero so you can run away from stuff. As you approach the cave, a snowball flies out and hits you in the face. Ow! This is my cave! Why are you trying to come in? Opals. Can't abide thieves. Nuda, eater of people, defend me! A creature snarls and leaps from the cave. Well, it was good while it lasted. Yeah, there's something decidedly unheroic about running away from a lion and occasionally sniping it with magic, but... Why not party up with other people and play this? Because I don't have friends. The air within is cool and damp. There's no sign of where the voice came from. They must have escaped somehow. So I knew one person who played this game, and I don't really... Like, I'm not really sure what happened to them. We're not really in touch anymore, so, yeah. And I mean, this wasn't really planned so much as it was, I didn't realize the game was on sale until now, so, it was a chance for me to show another Kit Fox game. We were playing, Lucifer Within Us. So it was a chance for me to show some of the other stuff from the studio. I'm not sure how many people from the original got the game when it was on sale. I mean, I actually don't know where I got it from. I don't know if it was in a bundle at some point or if someone had recommended it, like the same person who I played it with. But it's a really interesting game. Like I really like its take on myth. And I'll admit, like, I do feel that there's a little inconsistency. Well, maybe not even inconsistency, but, like, I definitely feel that I am more suited to some of the, play styles over others. So, like, this is the first time I've played the Trader, and I'm struggling. Like, I definitely am not as effective as with some of the more ranged characters. But I also think that's what makes it interesting, right? Like, the whole point of the game seems to be the sort of the changing face of heroes and the different, the differences in the retelling. I will admit, every time I've gotten to the final fight, we just, like, obliterate it. So, it's going to be interesting on this one because on my first outing, I'm clearly just taking so much damage. I think it's going to be interesting to see how I adapt to, less than optimal circumstances, let's say. Yeah, I'd be surprised. I mean, something that's been in 20... I can understand, like, holding off putting it in bundles for a while, but something that was released in 2016, like, it basically has to be you... I would have to suspect if either... I actually don't know how you wind up in bundles, but, like, at this point I would have to assume that for a 4-year-old game, which seems to be reasonably well received, I would kind of have to assume that it would be a moral aversion to bundles as opposed to... coincidence. Although, I'll be honest, I don't know how effective it is to put a game in a bundle. Like, I don't know if people get the attention that they want from the bundle or not, or if it just winds up lowering the perceived value of the game. Can I ride the Slade again? No. Alright. So I think we've got everything that we want out of this location. I know at merchants you can usually trade out your primary attack, so I am debating on that. But on the other hand, we've also survived this, so... I suck. Holy crap. Haha! I've discovered its weakness. I've heard it varies quite a bit, especially when the bundles versus when you originally ship. The other one I know is if you're... My understanding is, and it might be different depending on the contract, but my understanding is that if you're published by Humble, if your thing gets in a bundle, you don't see any money from that bundle. So, yeah, I mean, I think the big problem I have with that idea is that it creates a certain moral hazard on the part of Humble, so they're not necessarily going... Like, so if you consider that marketing is one of the things that a publisher should be doing, it does create sort of a conflict of interest where Humble doesn't... Like, they want the game to be successful enough that people will want it when it comes time for the... Like, to put it in a bundle, but it doesn't suggest to me that they have any real interest in the game being all that successful as like a standalone product, because that just means that the appeal for it as an item for a bundle later isn't quite there. I'm sure there are ways that you can sort of reconcile the competing interests, but I suspect that's probably not what everybody's thinking about come contract time. Am I going to play Cyberpunk when it comes out? Probably not, but never say never. So the thing is, I've not played The Witcher 3, so I don't quite have the same starry-eyed adoration of CD Projekt Red that everybody else has. I'm not saying it's unjustified, because like I really have not met too many people who say, The Witcher 3 is anything but a masterpiece. But from what I've seen of Cyberpunk 2077, it actually doesn't interest me as much as it seems to have caught everyone else. And I don't know if that's because I have my own interest as far as Cyberpunk is concerned, or if just because I don't have that favorable first impression in terms of The Witcher. But my guess is that it's not going to be a bad game. I would not be surprised if people are disappointed with it when it finally comes out. But we'll see, right? Like, it could also wind up being something that's kind of a worthy successor to, to their previous work. But I mean, it's easy to say it's inevitable, given how much hype. But I mean, there's also been hyped stuff that winds up, going well. Like, I agree that I think there's a lot of hype around the game, but. Like, I don't know, like there's nothing that says it has to be bad. The thing is, though, is that like the stuff that you hear about the circumstances of the development behind the game, like the constant crunch and whatnot. Also, when you hear about how The Witcher 3 was made, right? Like, there can be some very good games that wind up being made in production processes that are actually not very good. And that stuff works until it doesn't. So apparently, like, if you read the Kotaku article on what was it, Mass Effect Andromeda, and then on Anthem, you have this idea of like, the BioWare magic, where everything seems like really bad, but then it all comes together in the end. And if you start believing that, again, stuff like that will work right up until the day that it doesn't. And the day that it doesn't is the day when people lose a lot of money. So, I mean, when there was all that stuff about the Glassdoor reviews of working at CD Projekt Red and whatnot, people effectively saying, I have no idea how we pulled off The Witcher 3, but I'm glad we did. I guess the question is like, is CD Projekt, like, so CD Projekt Red clearly needs to get its house in order in terms of how it makes games. But the thing is that as much as I would love there to be some kind of justice in the world where bad management practices result in bad games, and there's sort of this, there's this enforcement mechanism, and I've never been able to go off the map like this before. I don't know if this is a mistake or what. Oh, this is definitely a mistake. See ya. I'd love there to be justice in this world where, you can say, okay, well, this bad practice was punished in the marketplace. It resulted in a bad game, and so we can run on it. The thing is, that's not true, right? For the same reason that, like, I'd like to think only good people are talented, but, like, Bryan Singer is an incredibly talented director and producer, and as we found out, a total scumbag. So, you know, it's one of these cases here where it's entirely possible that Cyberpunk, you know, is made under really bad conditions, but the resulting game is still pretty good. But again, like, to me, it sort of seems like that sort of stuff is a ticking time bomb. Like, you can kind of only read your own press releases for so long and sort of believe that you're the super smartest guys in the room and have it all figured out. And, you know, the other thing, too, is, like, when you look at the track record, they haven't actually made that many games. So, like, I haven't heard anybody say anything particularly good about the original Witcher game, right? Witcher 2 seems to be better regarded. Witcher 3 is clearly very well regarded and has made, you know, tons of money. Gwent is still ongoing, but they obviously had to eventually put that on Steam to try and boost the player count. Thronebreaker Witcher Tales vanished off the face of the earth because they were trying exclusivity. And then, you know, I guess when they finally put it onto Steam, nobody else really seemed all that interested in it. I feel like I'm missing one other. I think there's like Witcher Adventures or something like that. So the thing is that it's not like they've got this history of like a string of hits. It's, you know, well, I mean, within context. Obviously, if the first Witcher game didn't make an impression, they wouldn't have been able to make sequels. But, you know, I guess the question is like, which one is going to be the time bomb where the sins of production finally, are felt in the game. But we'll see. And I mean, the other thing too is it's not like making games at that, or making games at all, but making games at that level is particularly easy, right? People can be very sincere and have the best of intentions and processes and still produce something that's disappointing. So we'll see. But to be honest, like I don't have a level of interest in Cyberpunk that that would necessarily make it something I would want to like pre-order and play. I suppose if I was given the opportunity to play it, I might try it. But the thing is, everybody's going to be playing that game when it first comes out, so I don't really see if there's a major need for me to do that. The wind is especially cold near the altar. A prickle climbs your spine. Does the spirit dwell here? Great. Hello, can you come out? If you're here, honored ancestor. A chill wind rises. You gain +2 endurance. This thing wants to hurt me, probably. Oh, get out of there. Alright, I gotta really beat feet if I want to walk away from that. Oof. Alright, so I'll see if I can get past the merchant into the cave. Otherwise, we'll buy what we can and say we're done with the level. Oh, crap. Alright. Climb and climb till you reach the heights of Demizi. Alright, so we can do Flame Chakram, charge the base attack to throw a Flaming Chakram. Litany of Virtues, Solar Prayer costs less stamina. Solar Embrace, call down meteors on yourself to boost attack power. And Meteor Shower, fireballs drop from the... Are you sure you want to camp for the night? Yes. You begin to camp for the night. Alright. When the moon didn't rise, Sargon trained harder, knowing his former leader Marduk would strike. Sargon happily played the part of the fool dancing by the fireside. Alright. Let's see... Every part of this universe follows its own path according to its own logic, even the stars. What if the sun cult is right and this is the end of an age? Not yet. Maybe not, but a world without the Silver Sister is already a world transformed. Will you pray with me? Briefly, a vision of your shared ancestors shimmers by firelight. There are too many calculations now, even for the prophetess. Soon it will be the time for action, and I will begin my own journey, just like you. You have unlocked the ancestral ritualist costume for future adventures after this one is complete. Alright. So, given the amount... So I'm obviously using my magical ability a lot more, so there is an argument for me using Stargaze over Hunt. Yeah, I think we'll Stargaze tonight. Sargon stares at the night sky and attempts to comprehend. Sargon gains 5 intellect and 2 faith. Yeah, that wasn't a huge return. You wanted to steal my opals and then killed my cat Nunda. You deserve to die for your crimes. Sorry about your pet cat. Perhaps I could make it up to you over a drink. Apologize. I'm sorry, I was just looking for treasure and defending myself. You should be more careful where you go. If you're so brave, not everyone is as nice as I am. You gain 3 endurance and feel more brave. As dawn breaks, a figure approaches the camp. King Marduk announces that the righteous sun has hereby vanquished and destroyed the temptress moon. Sargon, you may renounce your foolish quest for balance and rejoin King Marduk, or you and your heathen friends will die die 3 dawns from now. He expertly dodges and retreats. We have only 3 days to figure out what's happened to the Queen of Heaven or prepare for the Sun Cult's attack. Okay. So, honey... A merchant... Yeah, let's do the Sun-Cursed Starklands. I'm not too crazy about the dangerous warning, but... Alright, so I'm gonna have to be careful that I don't murder myself doing this, but I have certainly become quite a bit more dangerous. So as long as I can properly kite people and not wind up running over my own... Now, obviously, if I go up against ranged attacks, that's gonna wreck me, but... Jesus. Okay, I can't stand still if I use that. Funny thing is, I think most of the damage that I've taken is from myself. Sundrinker, what do you want? The Holy Sun scorches both our souls, but only one of us is deserving. The cultist spits at your feet and mutters harshly as he leaves. Oh, damn it. Oh, come on! So I'll admit, any kind of like damage over time attacks and that, I've never never been able to make it work in games. Like even World of Warcraft, I could never really play like warlocks. Actually, you know what? That's not entirely true, because I did play a tank, and sometimes you'd use abilities like that. But just generally, like I tend to be very simple in my play styles. If I can hit something as hard as possible, that is usually my preference. The bones look ancient and delicate. I know just what to do with these. Wearing the skull brings a momentary sensation of ultimate ancient power. Then it crumbles to dust. Sargon gains 5 endurance and pride. Well, at the very least, I've got... the very least, I've got a lot of health to to make mistakes with. The cave offers rest from the burning sun, but judging by the decorations outside, someone may live here. Hello? A woman emerges, glaring. Go away. This is my home now. You do not belong here. You hold your hands up. She smiles slightly at your humility. She introduces herself as serious and shares her water. Refreshing. You are healed. I didn't exactly need it, but... Oh, we definitely didn't need it if we got a shrine here, but it just lets me be a little more reckless with my health when I encounter baddies. You know, come to think of it, the final boss might actually wind up being a piece of cake with this ability. I gotta think about it a little bit, but there's a possibility that I might be able to do ridiculous amounts of damage to him. As long as I can kind of keep on my toes. Also, I want to know what happened to the rabbit in my backpack. So, let's get ready to rumble. I'm pretty sure there's going to be like a super boss that shows up on this one. Alright, well, shows what I know for predictions. I kind of feel like with all the papers around here, there should be some kind of, like, item for me, or, like, event for me to check out, but maybe this is just Sun Cultists building a shrine. You cannot pet the dog. Maybe you can. Looks like it takes up a third of my my stamina to do the dodge, but if I... Okay, it's a third for both, so I just think it's a little slower for me to do one attack over the other, so I get the perception that one is more costly. Boy, I wonder if it's a good idea to go into this one. Alright, let's deal with the lions. Of course I'm going to check out the sinister looking area, but... The sign reads, beware! I don't know how fun it is to watch someone run away from enemies, but I'm actually kind of getting a handle on this. Also, I think there was supposed to be a merchant in this area. And honey. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I haven't looked at yet. Before I go any deeper, I do want to just take a quick minute and look at these little corners that I haven't been to, and I wasn't paying that close attention to the map. So before I go too far down that branch, I do want to take a quick minute and make sure that I haven't ignored any other possibilities. It's mostly just because I know I've got the shrine to go back to, but if I have like a big fight in one area, and I don't kind of leave, like I want to try and leave some ability to get health in reserve. So I just wanted to, I don't think there's an ability to, yeah, there's no ability to make that map bigger. Sorry, just 1 second, I've got a message to deal with. The spirit speaks in a tongue that sounds like wind over sand. I am hoping that what he said wasn't something to the effect of, please don't hurt my pet beetles. By the way, it did also occur to me that I actually... So, I may play prideful heroes. So they're not saints. But it did occur to me, I don't think I've played a Moonhunter's character yet who is a jerk. So I guess it's the... I guess what I wind up doing is I'm playing the, like, Moonhunters is the game that I play on those every other days where I pretend to be a nice person for broadcast purposes, as opposed to, like, the genuine personality test. Again, I probably spend too much time looking at the game map as opposed to the mini-map. Obviously, I want to follow a specific path here. Still haven't found the merchant or the honey, though. I thought it was going to give me another really obvious warning. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what to make of the claim that certain people were in the area. But I probably got a nice little stack of opals. Yeah, 127. So not enough for the top tier item that we were going for, but not too bad either. I figure as long as I find a place that I can spend all of it before the final fight, it's not a wasted visit. Yes. Begin to camp for the night. Oh wow, only 49? Okay. They say that when the Sun Cult threatened Sargon, he vowed brutal murder on the tyrant. Our tribe chieftains strive to emulate Sargon for his confidence. Okay. So I'm back to the old dilemma. I can try and hunt to improve my my strength and spirit, or I can stargaze to improve my magical damage. I think I'm going to do hunt. I think I'm probably just going to alternate between hunt and stargaze. Sargon goes hunting and finds enough meat for a feast. 7 strength, 5 spirit. A hunt shadow approaches the campfire. Sargon, you previously stated that the Silver Sister remained in this world because she loved it so much. Thus, either she no longer loves us, or something prevents her light from reaching us. What do you believe? Well, whether she's captured or dead, if she cannot overcome what is keeping her, then we also cannot. We are only mortals. So you might as well stop worrying about it and eat our fish in peace, eh? Sargon gains vengeance and 3 intellect. 2 days remaining. I'm probably going through this a bit slower than people might want. So, trying to decide. I don't mind if there's not another merchant. I will mind when we get closer to the final confrontation, but... What do you want? The Holy Sun scorches both our souls, but only one of us is deserving. Cultist spits at your feet, mutters harshly as he leaves. The weeping and gnashing of the spirits tickles feathery at the edges of your mind. The spirits all turn towards you. The spirits sink into the sands and return underworld with a dry, rasping hiss. You gain compassion and 3 endurance. Yeah, so as long as I line the abilities up in the right order, this winds up being a pretty devastating set of combos. This is actually one... So, I talk quite a bit about how the story how this game handles myth and sort of just the overall story, particularly how it rewards multiple playings. But the thing is that I've actually really enjoyed the process of discovering how each of the different classes works. Now, it could just be that this is a reflection of, me not playing the game very often. Sort of like I said earlier, this is the sort of thing that I play, every once in a while. And it's one thing that I actually like for that reason. Like, it's one of these games that has stayed on my hard drive no matter what, because I always sort of feel like it's waiting there for me, and it rewards me each time I come back to it. This is sort of as opposed to, say, like, if I try and play the Command & Conquer remaster, I kind of have to be in the mood for that, and if I don't stick with it for a while, it sort of... I have a little bit of onboarding to do again. Whereas this game, it's sort of, I kind of feel like I can come back to it whenever I want. It's not, so mechanically, it's maybe not going to be something like Hades, right? Like, Hades has a very polished presentation in terms of just kind of running through the dungeons and taking everything out. But I will admit, like, for me at least, I've really enjoyed the process of kind of like figuring out the heroes and seeing how they work. And that's been, for me, it's kind of second to the story stuff, but it's still very much, I think it's still very much something that I like about coming back to Moon Hunters, especially after a break. We call her by different names, and she cares for us each in accordance with our needs. Oops. Damn it. All right, I'm assuming this is a big fight. Oh, crap. I definitely did not mean to jump into my own fire there. Ah, crap. Alright, I am in some trouble because I'm not respecting the lion's... Ah! Sargon crawls to safety, losing Opal. So yeah, I'm not respecting their area of effect. So that's unfortunate. Basically, the cost... So this is the thing. Like, you don't die in this, but you do, like, the cost is that all of that stuff I could have gotten is now gone. Let's hunt. Your words were like moonlight on snow, beautiful and invigorating. I found new grace hidden within me by the pale dancer. My experiments in arcane acrobatics produced this perfect ice. I want you to have it. What is that fire? The forests are burning. You can now cook with ice for this and all future journeys. All right. So I kind of want to make sure I run into a merchant. So like this is, I suppose the question here is, do I go for sort of a risk-reward trade-off in something like the Thirstly Gritland Severe, or do I go for something that's just a straight-up merchant? I mean, given the fact that I did just get clobbered by a dangerous foe, let's go. I think we'll go to the merchant area. It's not the bravest choice, but probably the prudent one. I have won from a deficit like this before, but I don't want to set myself up for disappointment. The fox lifts its head and snarls, darting past you out of the cave. The serpent undulates in a curious pattern, producing a thrum. Oh, thank goodness, an audience. I do so hate to practice alone. Will you help me weave a rainbow to protect us from my sister's storms? Kambizi does not know her own strength. Her sinuous body inspires your own movements of worship. When you look again, the serpent is gone, but a rainbow glitters above you. You gain 3 strength and a reputation for bravery. Oh no. Come on. Ah! I think I hate doing this, but I really can't afford to have a screw up here, so I don't know what happened to the guys generating those little ice dots, but I'm not going to complain about having fewer enemies to attack. Alright, I should be very concerned at the fact that this is not listed as dangerous, but I'm struggling. The area within is cool and damp. Was it you who slew those snakes? They come here every night to steal my vines. You see, the vines are what grant me everlasting life, so long as I keep eating them. Here, take some. Add a little time while you're on this soil. The results are unclear. But yeah, so I should be a little worried that this isn't a hard, or not considered a hard level, but I'm still running into some threatening situations. Wisdom, the ultimate accessory for intelligent, educated, discerning hero, a trait that may gain immunity to flattery. Oh crap. Still not good at judging the distance on that. I cannot imagine what this would be like on a controller for me. So I just want to make sure that there wasn't anything else down south. Alright. So obviously I used that early. It was justified. I mean, obviously we're still sitting on a fairly healthy little stack of endurance. But I have sort of lost the option to come back and deal with that. I'm never sure if these are things that that generate enemies. I could just be destroying someone's home. That's interesting that they get immunity from fire when they're shielded like that. I'm actually not 100% sure how I deal with them if their shield goes up then. To achieve enlightenment is to ascend as a god of the earth by the golden sword. SSSWP MBCS. How confident do I feel about taking on another batch of bad guys right now? That's a dirty trick. I need the opals. There we go. Oh crap. Get out of there. There we go. I'm probably going to lose that opal in the middle, but... Alright, that wasn't so bad. And 50 opals was definitely worth it. These guys are the bane of my existence. If like, the wrong combo, when they put down one of those ice cages, will, like, it doesn't just damage me for the, doesn't just damage me for the, like, the value of the hit, which is still a lot. It actually potentially, sort of hoists me by my own petard as far as the, oh god. As far as my fire abilities are concerned. Alright, I need to smarten up or I'm gonna die again. So my priority there was minimizing the incidence of those cages, even at the expense of losing the opal. Nope, looks like we got it. I definitely need to find health now, though. So that means either picking safe fights, well, as safe as I can manage. Hitting bushes, basically doing whatever I can to not... in fact, I'd even go so far as to say, as long as I can make it to a merchant, I'll be willing to accept some kind of a loss. But if I can't convert these opals I've been gaining into some kind of advantage, it's gonna hurt. Okay, we are running the opposite direction until we get some health. The game was so generous with health earlier. Oh, you know what? I think I might have exhausted all my options going north, too. So I might have to confront that. Nope, we still got some stuff up here. So hopefully I find something to heal up and take on that enemy. If I don't, I'll admit I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to deal with an enemy I struggle with this amount of health. Oh, glory. I still haven't figured out which items I can destroy, but I would be interested in seeing how much I actually get out of those. But the problem is that as every time I want to measure stuff like that, knowing a little programming has really spoiled me. So where once upon a time I would be totally happy to just sit down and tabulate stuff by hand, I turn down lots of, well, like when I say turn down, like in terms of stuff that I think of for myself, I don't follow through on a lot of interesting projects just because it involves manual entry. So like, unless I can come up with some sort of script that automates the collection for me, I suddenly become a lot less interested in it. And I think that's a shame because, like, obviously sometimes the added value of data work is not necessarily the really clever estimator that you came up with. In fact, most of the time that isn't what's interesting about the project. It's the fact that you took the time to do the calculation. So like a really good example of this one would be, I know there's a big question in terms of like at what rate do wish lists convert into sales. And then there's the current conversation seems to be about whether or not demos are like, they're obviously the new hotness, but whether or not they actually, whether or not they sell games is a whole other question. So in one sense, maybe you can come up with a really cool new measure which shows people, what rate wish lists convert at, or maybe some evidence that demos produce X number of wish lists that wouldn't have happened otherwise. But in some cases, it's not even necessarily the measure that was come up with so much as the fact that somebody is sharing data in the first place. This is maybe less of a case of data not being collected. I just took so much damage for no reason there. In this case, it's less a factor of somebody coming up with some whiz-bang new measure, so much as the fact that people are sharing it, because obviously, and not without reason, like, developers might want to keep that information to themselves. Sometimes, I don't know how widespread of a problem this is, but people have said that apparently, like, landlords can look at that information and decide to raise your rent based on some estimate of what kind of money you're making. Or just, simple questions like it might be a trade secret, how successful your genre is or something like that. I don't really buy the second one, but I also don't make games for a living, so it could be. I mean, what kind of world do I want? I want a world where I have perfect access to all the data all the time for free. But there's probably a reason Steam does not make that information public. The strategy for the boss is definitely going to be to find the most efficient way for me to... Well, I mean, like, it's like every boss, don't take damage, maximize damage to the other guy, but definitely this is going to be about finding the most efficient pattern for dodging his attacks while putting, as ideally 2 or 3 stacks of the fire on the weak points. Let's see what I can buy here. Power flows through you all the way from Aduna. Okay, so... Definitely buying those two. Well, actually, I can afford all of it, right? So it's not clear that I'm going to be able to spend any more opals. Although I have no idea whether or not I actually have Flame Tackle. Yes, that is my... Oh yeah, that's a really good one. I can't remember if I went in here or not. Yes, I did. Jesus. That was not an enemy. Alright. A shy silver serpent weeps in a dark crevice. A storm gathers overhead. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was alone. My sister would chide me so. Bunzi is so popular, she can't imagine what it's like. When I cry, it rains. When it rains, it floods. When it floods, sailors fall from their ships and... Oh, it's terrible. I barely dare say it. When they fall, I catch them, and for a moment I'm not so lonely. The storm subsides, but then it always returns. I've heard tell of your bravery and cleverness. Can you help me stop the storm? You sit by her until her sadness passes, and with it the threat of the storm. I'm sure one of these days I'm going to be like an ultimate flirt character, but that is decidedly out of character for me, so... that's going to be a true... I'm sorry. What I mean to say is, as the ultimate flirt that no woman would ever possibly resist, I roleplay for experiences unlike my everyday life, and so I never choose the flirt option. This has probably been kind of tedious for some of you wanting to see the final fight, but we're getting there. I don't think the merchants reset, but it wouldn't hurt, seeing as I don't think there's any value to these opals after. Yeah, we've got it all. So, let's see whether or not I can figure out how to handle the final boss. Sargon could only watch as his faith was used for evil and destruction. This was not the way of his son. None may know the lies and secrets of Sargon. It is already the third night. Marduk will strike with the dawn. I saw you commingle your spirit with that of the great serpent Bunzi, blessed with the silvered sister, to draw a rainbow. You must show me how, that I might win her over with my own light. The envious follower brandishes a knife, threatening. Ignoring the blade, you summon a deep calm, speaking softly. She relaxes, and the weapon falls from her hand. I understand now, but I do not like it. She prays to the silver sister. Her envy fled. You gain 5 endurance. Okay, so I can try and get max energy from stargazing, but the rate at which I gain it is quite small. Alternatively, I can try and say, you know what, I'm going to do stargaze just because my strength and spirit are already pretty high. So Sargon studies the constellations, tracking the moon's path for meaning. Sargon gains, wisdom, intellect, and faith. The graceful shadow approaches the campfire. I've begun developing my do-dad style, but it leaves me cold and self-conscious no matter how I practice. What am I missing? A partner. 2-person dances are indeed a warmer. Are you volunteering? Yes. You dance together with skill and poise, but soon have to stop to catch your breath. It seems this will require a lot of endurance. Don't be disappointed. We made good progress. We'll try again soon. Skills take practice. I wonder what form King Marduk's attack will take. The final day. Oh! Alright, I did not realize... I really thought this was going to be the last one. Okay, let's, I don't feel safe doing this, but let's do the dangerous one. Let's try a dress rehearsal. I'm sorry I doubted you. I've been watching. Sargon, please forgive me. You should be the true leader of the sun worshippers. You are the perfect image of power and purity. Thank you, thank you. You won't regret this. Together we will cleanse the world. When Marduk calls on the cultists, we will not interfere. May the sun shine on your victory. Ah! Can now cook with mushroom for this and all future journeys. Thing is, I've really neglected cooking, so I haven't tried any recipes, but we'll see. I should, depending on how threatened I feel, I really should make an effort to at least survive to a merchant. Again, for the same reason I tried to do that before, I want to convert as many of these opals into power. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. So I forgot about the improvement to range. This thing gets ridiculous. That will hopefully help me as far as the as far as some of the more threatening enemies are concerned. Of course, the drawback is that the extended range comes at the cost of time. So if somebody's sort of on top of me, or if there is an ad in a fight that that's causing me a threat, my extended range, well, I mean, if something's in my face, it's less of a problem, but the extended range kind of has a cost in the sense that the time that I'm spending my energy and the time that I'm staying still potentially leave me open to some vicious counterattacks. I really would have thought there would have been an event here. Just kind of seems like this is a... By the way, I don't know, I don't think I made this very clear through the playthrough, but there are certain... So one of the things that's kind of neat about this one is that there are different outcomes based on the traits that you have. So I learned this when I was building a hero around... And I've done this to a certain extent here, right? Like, a lot of my development has been focused on my ability to make the most of my attacking abilities and such. But because this game is about heroic deeds, and those heroic deeds are not necessarily always combat oriented, it's really neat that they... So first of all, some of the tasks that you need to do actually require extraordinary skill, which I like, because of course this is what heroes are about, right? People who have these abilities far beyond what any normal person would be able to accomplish. And so in this one here, rather than necessarily imbuing your hero with those qualities, you have to sort of demonstrate that you're committed to those superhuman abilities. And I mean, again, like, I guess what it winds up doing is, if you are known for feats of tremendous strength, and your playstyle is considered with that, then chances are your character is going to do that. And of course, this will probably mean that you have more physical attacks. It doesn't necessarily mean that your sorcerer character can't do that. It's less likely you're going to be going down those paths. So for instance, you wouldn't associate... Merlin is the sort of person you would associate with tremendous feats, but you would probably not associate them with, like, lifting a castle, or, like, Merlin uses magic to raise or lower a drawbridge, not, grab it with both hands and exert a lot of effort. But in this case here, it's your decisions are determining that, as opposed to either being the training your character got or the history your character got to get to that level would... like, in this case here, you are building that hero as opposed to it sort of being taken for granted. Although, I mean, obviously, I'm probably going to focus on strength given the fact that this guy looks like a triangle, so... Cool. I gotta find 150 opals. Nope. I believe this is the final fight. Yep. Could have been a great leader, Sargon, more than just a sun cultist. May your purification please Asher, who shall work through me. Ah, crap. Okay, so I gotta be careful here on doing the damage, but... Okay, I need to smarten up on... Okay, fortunately there's some health here for me. is definitely the longest it's taken me on these fights, but... Oh wow, we do not do a lot of damage to that head. So I seem to be hitting him in the wrong spot. I rather wish I didn't have so much fire in the way. But I do seem to have the patterns down on the fight, so other than the fact that it's taken me a while to do this... Alright, that does a lot more damage. Ooh, I gotta smarten up again. Oh, what was I thinking? Okay, I gotta save a little time here because I want this fire to die down. Come on! Oh, god damn it. That was a wasted opportunity there. I think at this point I should probably, seeing as I have a somewhat reliable way of generating health, I should probably just run through the fire and live with the consequences. I will admit, this fight looks a hell of a lot more dramatic with a fire-based character. But yeah, the fire doesn't seem to be doing anything to the legs anymore. Ooh, new patterns. I don't know if yeah, I can't get that health. I kind of wanted it, but I'll make it work. So I don't really want to cross the fire right now. I'll just deal whatever chip damage I can at the end. That sucks. So at this point, I think trying to close the gap with my with my physical attack is probably not worth as much as just taking him on through conventional means. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Prime the pump at least. Okay. Just because he's at low health doesn't mean I can afford to get stupid. Okay, looking good. That might have been a kill if I was able to get in with the physical attack, but this is going to be tough. At this point, I was okay kind of running through the fire to get the replacement health. I don't know if I'm at like 100%, but I'm pretty close. Again, this is a bit of a shame that I can't get in close, but we'll do the chip damage that we can and prep for the next step. Okay, this is going to be a little tight to navigate. He's definitely going to be able to drop lots of swipe attacks on me. Okay. So I'm just going to prep for the next phase. There we go. No, Asher, why did you fail me? Did I not destroy the demon as you desired?
I go into the ever-burning lands.
Without Marduk's leadership, the Sun Cult dissolved. Betrayers were cast into the wilderness to perish. Yet still, the moon did not return. The pale dancer's wings blew colder, and her owls flew no more. The great mother's harvests grew weak, and her wolves howled in every season. The Silver Sister's secrets faded into dust, her songs of knowledge unsung. The Queen of Heaven no longer guided our laws and judgment. Her faithful left too, flying we know not where. Every year we honor what remains of her memory with a great feast, and tell the stories of the heroes that fought for her, and now live among the stars.
Sargon the Great Stag. Scholars learn that Sargon became a legendary hunter, tracking and capturing animals and creatures for hire. They say there's nothing he couldn't hunt. Later, Sargon was so vengeful he wore the bones of his enemies as decorations. Sargon seemed to revive animals even from the dead. Some saw his revival of Chanji the rabbit as a good omen for the moon's eventual return. Sargon preferred to act on the instinct granted to him by the gods, prizing efficiency over accuracy in his decision-making. Many hours of meditation brought his spirit peace, even in difficult times. The patience of Sargon was as wide and peaceful as a lowland river. The legend of Sargon's wisdom and leadership grew throughout the world until they say the Great Mother whispered in his ear, transforming him into a white hart. After many years, the Great Mother took him as an advisor, raising him up as her stag in the stars. New constellation. You can now use a new costume as the ritualist. You can now use a new costume as the Sun Cultist. And a whole bunch of achievements there. I remember it all, so many truths woven, running through us. We live on the tongues of our storytellers. You did this. The goddess would be proud of the honor you give her. No, the Savior King must not be forgotten. I must release this shell. Ooh, you are selfish, each wanting your own interpretation. That is not how my reality works. Wishes and dreams don't exist, no matter how much you want them to. Reality is one place, one truth. Suffering awaits us all, in life and in death, except with my blessing. Accept the light and be purified. I will prove it to you in battle. I will fight any of your heroes until you give up and accept reality. I was not expecting that. Oh, God. I like this game a lot. Okay. So, yeah. Obviously, it's a bit quiet now, but I really hope you guys liked that. Moonhunk. So, I'll have to admit, and I probably owe an apology to the person who I first played this with. It didn't quite speak to me the first time I played it, and I'm not 100% sure why. I wonder if I lost an opportunity to play this game with someone else more often, or if, it didn't turn out, it was a quick interest in the game, and it sort of passed into something else. But the game has definitely grown on me. It's kind of neat, it's a nice mythopoeic game where you don't take the legends for granted. You are writing the legends. And it always seems that there's another thing for me to find in this game. Admittedly, I've not played it very much. But I really like coming back to this game. So it's probably one of the ones I undervalue in my library, if I'm completely honest. But it's definitely been nice to share this with you. So obviously we started with Lucifer Within Us, and again, a thank you to Kit Fox Games for supplying me with the key for that. But I suspect in order to celebrate the release of their new game, some of the older games are on sale as well, including 6 Ages. But this one is on sale for a little over $2 Canadian, or whatever your regional equivalent is. It's 85% off. I think it's a steal at that price. So if this seemed interesting enough to you, I highly recommend that you give it a shot. It might even be more fun with friends. But definitely check it out. And I actually think I'm going to see if this soundtrack is available, because I really like the music. But I'm going to finish this dialogue, and then I'm going to find somebody to host, because I think I need to go to bed. It's been a 5-hour cast, and I've enjoyed it, but all things must come to an end. So it comes to this. Everything we work towards is collapsing. Violence awaits us again. We must choose a hero to battle oblivion. Without Isar by our side, we must fight for those who can still remember. Oh, wow. Okay. I hope this is still here after I leave. Let's see who's online. There's a few. But the artist formerly known as W. Shand, now known as Will Shand, is playing Fatal Frame 2. Now, his format's changed a little bit since I first started hosting him. I know it's not quite to everybody's taste, but he's a decent guy. He was nice to me, so I will send it out to him. So he's playing Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly. I believe he's still doing his Midnight Society, in which he plays sort of horror-style games. And I know, actually, you know what? Sorry, I like W. Shan, but maybe I should take a minute here and see if anybody's streaming Lucifer Within Us, which seems a much more appropriate choice. So sorry, feel free to check out W. Shand, but let's just see. I really should have checked that beforehand. Yes, we've got a couple of people. And then is anybody playing Moon Hunters right now? Okay, so it looks like... Right. So it looks like we've got a streamer, Night Valian 28. So I changed my mind. As much as I like Shand, let's host somebody playing Lucifer Within Us. Looks like they're in the chapel mission, so I don't know how much further they're going through. They are on their first playthrough. There is also another streamer called CK Player 1, but they've got 37 viewers, so I do like to try and support the smaller streamers if I can, especially because it means that they may be more likely to stream the game if they they feel like they're going to get a bit of a boost. So I hope you guys stick around for that. I don't know who they are, but they're playing Lucifer Within Us, so that must mean that they're a good person. As for me, I'm going to record some Morrowind this weekend. I'm going to record some more YouTube videos. I am going to try and find out how to figure out some semblance of a work-life balance. And I will try and get myself back into position for Mass Effect 3. So next week, Monday, I'm back to Age of Wonders Planetfall. We finished Lucifer Within Us tonight, so I'm going to be back to Mass Effect on Wednesdays and Fridays. And once that's done, I will figure out where we are in terms of continuing the game. I've got one in mind that I think would be a good fit. But for now, I will leave you in the capable hands of Night Valiant 28. I hope you have a good time, and we will see you Monday.